rights, and its abhorrent decision will be overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. But the larger problem is a growing trend by leftist judges and prosecutors to simply ignore the Constitution. That is dangerous. Yes, there is a right to appeal, but the massive expense to fight totalitarian court rulings aids the corruption. In the end, Donald Trump will be on the ballot in Colorado and all of the other 49 states. Wait and see. Back in a moment. If you thought booking your timeshare was difficult before, you know it's almost impossible now. For more than a decade, Lone Star Transfer has helped thousands of owners legally and permanently get out of their never-ending timeshare fees. Lone Star Transfer guarantees the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. For free, no-obligation consultation, please call 855-551-7066 or go to LoneStarTransfer.com. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
This hour, the Vic Porcelli Show, brought to you by Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor for all your roofing needs. Visit ConnorRoofing.com. That's CONNER Roofing.com. Vic Porcelli.
Come on, you're Italian. You understand.
Every day is a busy day all of a sudden.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Tough and smart, and I love Italian, so, he's definitely Italian.
At least I have this show to come and talk about it and let some stuff up.
What kind of a show are you guys putting on here today?
The Vic Porcelli Show.
Good morning, freedom lovers. Kenny Williams, how are you, baby?
Good morning, Vic.
All right, it's a Thursday. It's December 21st. All right, so you know that I like to be transparent with you. I like to, put the curtain back on things here at the station, me and my personal life and stuff like that.
You're talking about that as I'm doing these headphones. My headphones have fallen apart.
So, transparency. Ken's headphones are falling apart. Good morning, Caddy. By the way, Caddy Williams made these delicious-looking things, and there's a bag, and, to Vic and Jessica from Caddy and Ken, and I'm like, oh, my God, that's awesome. I did bring in pizzelles. I didn't wrap it pretty or anything, but
but they tasted like they were wrapped.
Here's the best thing about it. My wife makes these pizzelles, and there's powdered sugar on top, right? And anytime you eat them, the powdered sugar goes all over you, and the Hunter Biden jokes just go wild, right?
They did all day
all
yesterday.
Day. So anyway, today is the 21st. My wife's birthday is Christmas Eve, and I had this big plan, Ken, and I was going to bake her a German black forest cake, cherry black forest cake, because of the effort. You want to put in the effort.
Sure.
Even if it came out lopsided and, it looked like, remember the little Rascals cake that went, meep, wah. Remember that? Even if it looked like that, she'd be like, oh, that was a nice effort. Oh, my God, does my face have to be that? Can you get that off?
Nope.
I can't look at my face like that. So I said to her the other night, I said, Jess, we got to talk. She goes, about what? Just like, what now? I said, your birthday and Christmas. And right away, she starts waving me off. I said, nope. I said, I want to bake you. I said, first of all, it's going to ruin the surprise, but I want to tell you, I want to bake you a black forest cake. And she goes, there's no way you'll be able to bake it. She goes, have you noticed I've never tried to make one? I was like, oh, yeah, you never have. That's how hard it is. And so I've given up on that. So I'm going to use the MacArthur's Bakery thing.
Yeah, okay.
Where you can get a cake delivered. All you have to do is give them 48 hours notice, and they'll deliver a cake to your house. And how cool is it to get your own birthday cake delivered to your house?
No kidding, man.
Right?
Yeah.
So thanks to MacArthur's Bakery, our friend Scott. I always say his name wrong, Ringenberger. I don't think there's a G in there. Yeah. Is there a G in there?
Ringenberger.
Ringenberger. And that's just great service.
But the little gift that Caddy wanted to give to you and Jessica and a couple of people here, it's a pistachio cake. And it has pudding in it, but you can't tell it's pudding. But it's just so good.
Man. And
a little glaze on it. I mean, it's got that green look to it, but not too much. The pistachio and the flavoring. It's just so good.
All right. My wife loves pistachios.
Well, she's going to die for that. Yeah. She's going to love it.
Do you remember? This is so stupid. George Carlin had a bit. He was talking about the newlywed game. Actually, the bit is called Divorce Game because you got dating game, we got newlywed game. Why don't we have divorce game?
Right.
We're going to have legal divorce right on the air. But when he gets back to newlywed game, that the whole reason for and he's right, the whole reason for the newlywed game was to watch these couples fight, right?
Right.
And she goes, "What's your wife's favorite ice cream?" And he says, "Chocolate, pistachio, man." I don't know. I love divorce game. Okay, this show's been pretty worthless so far, so let's try to pick it up. I'm really upset that I didn't realize that Karen Catalina is not going to be with us today.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I sent it to you.
That's fine. Last night, Ken sends me an email, and he says, "Hey, how about PSAKI to me tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah."
Let's do it.
But I need to apologize to you because I was already laying down. Okay, I was on the couch, and I was like nodding out a little bit
Yeah.
when you sent that. Too lazy to even sit up and type you a reply. That's why I just wrote, "Sounds good." I don't know if it sounded like I wasn't really into it, but I am.
No, I get it. I mean, you're a day away from being off for 10 days. You're checking out
Am
slowly.
I?
You're
Fantastic.
slowly checking out.
I got to go.
Check it out.
I can't stay. I got to go. All right, Jason Sheppard is going to join us today. A Palestinian high school student was expelled over her mother's anti-Semitic social media posts, right? So Jason Sheppard, who is the founder of Wimkin Social Media, an entrepreneur, free speech advocate, he's going to go on. He's going to talk to us about this whole situation and where it stands right now. Nate Lucas on the docket at 10:05. Porcelli's Deli today. We're going to talk about a guy who played saxophone on one of the biggest #1 hits of 1970.
Hey, that's right down my alley. I
That's
like
right.
That. All
and
right.
you may even know this guy.
Okay.
Not personally, but you may
Right.
know of him.
Right. Of him.
And Madison Gesiotto Gilbert, I think. We went crazy trying to think of how
Right.
it's just Gilbert. From you know what? This is a woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at least brave enough to come on with us.
Yeah, she's a Miss America or something like that. Former. I don't know. We'll have to look it up.
Doesn't give her a pass.
No, not at all. I just wanted to give her a little, extra push.
I hope you gave her a heads up.
Nope.
Great. Fantastic. This will be our final interview at the RNC.
Yeah, and it was, it was a little bit more contentious to get a guest this time, but they didn't, at the end of the day, they said, "Oh, it's so exciting! Yes, let's get back there and talk with you guys."
Okay,
but
so I'm half and half on that. It was a new person we never talked to before.
Correct, because the other three left.
Right, the other three left, and Ken had to send the RNC a note that said, "To whom it may concern." God Almighty. So anyway, we'll have Madison Gesiotto Gilbert. This reminds me of Matt Schlapp's wife, Mercedes.
Yeah.
She's Latina.
Yeah.
And I figured you had this beautiful, Mercedes, solamente Schlapp,
Right.
Schlapp.
Now you're going to be a schlap. You know what? Let's see. Okay. My wife, 20, 30 years ago or more, she was engaged to someone by the name of John Whack. Well, he was Wacko. She actually, by the time we were together, they were long apart.
Yeah.
But I said, "Do you realize your name would have been Caddywhack?"
Give the dog a bone.
Right. Knick-knack, Caddywhack. We never would have been able to live that down.
I hope you sent John on a whack off. Okay. Who's leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today, Ken?
Well, Vic, just so happens it's your wife.
All right. Jesse, do it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My wife has to break land speed records no matter what she does. If she's dialing a phone number, if she's looking for a can of tomato paste in the pantry, she's got to do everything at record speed pace.
I love those. We were having a big conversation when we had that party here the other night. The party was only about 2.5 hours, 3 hours long.
Yeah.
But man, we got a lot of conversation in.
With my wife?
Yeah.
About what?
Just everything.
Uh-oh.
You name it.
Anything about me?
No.
Okay, good. So today's Thursday, and we were going to have Karen Catalina on, as we always do on Thursdays.
Yeah.
And she can't be with us today, and I was so upset because I love when I can find things for her that I know will, A, make her laugh, A, will let her know that we're always thinking about her,
Yeah.
because all week I think about what can I do for Karen? You know,
Sure.
What kind of Jew thing can I do for Karen? You know, and this is something that she actually brought up. That was her favorite from her favorite episode of Frasier, and the episode is called "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Moskowitz."
So, Frasier, you grew up in Seattle?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
Such a pretty city, huh?
Yes.
I guess you were bar mitzvahed here.
Oh, yes, of course. What a proud day that was. I can still remember reading from the Torah before the rabbi, cantor, and the moil.
The moil?
The one who did your circumcision?
Yes, I just wanted to show him that there were no hard feelings.
I don't know how to be Jewish.
Well, just answer questions with a question.
Like what?
What, I have to explain everything?
Well, can't you give me an example?
What, I should give you an example?
You gonna help me or not?
You're saying I'm not being helpful?
Oh, forget it.
That episode, Frasier is going out with this girl who is Jewish, and she wants her mother to think that Frasier is Jewish. So, you know, the two Jewish things together. So they all try to be Jewish. And he says, yeah, the moil was there. And then at the end there, when he goes, just answer any question with a question. What, I should answer you in a question? Like, it's so good. Can you play the very, very beginning of that? Because Karen would have just loved it. Just her first sentence.
So, Frasier, you grew up in Seattle?
Yes.
Frasier, you grew up in Seattle.
You with the arms?
Right, you got to have the arm.
So, Frasier, you grew up in Seattle.
So good. Anyway, I think Karen would have got a laugh out of that.
I think so.
Okay. So, first thing I want to talk about with you, Ken, is this Colorado Supreme Court decision to keep President Trump off of the ballot in Colorado for the primary and the general. In case he won the primary without them, I didn't realize that it also includes in the general election.
Oh, of course it is. And then it's got to be incarceration after that.
That's right. And then hanging.
Hanging,
yeah,
sure.
Right. So, this story came out. The next day, everybody was freaking out. And I'm pretty sure I was the one who said, hey, this is a nothing burger because the Supreme Court of the United States will never let this go through.
Right.
It's just unconstitutional. And Steve, who called in this morning, the morning show, and he calls us too a lot, sent me an email on something that we've talked about before, Ken, that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment never says the word president.
Right.
It doesn't concern the president or the vice president. For
it
that
says
matter,
officers.
which is not either one of them.
No.
Speaker of the House, I believe, is, but not. Well, yeah, because they're a member of the House. This is for representatives of the House and also, that's it, Congress and military officers.
And we have some audio here, Vic, real quick. It's only like 7 seconds.
Do it.
It's Ty Cobb. He's the former assistant U.S. attorney. He tells CNN, well, this.
So I think this case will be handled quickly. I think it could be 9-0 in the Supreme Court for Trump.
I agree. I think it's going to be 9-0. I think every justice on the Supreme Court will vote in Trump's favor, even Ketanji Jackson Brown. That's what I think. Don't you think?
Oh, I do too.
I think so. We're not going to hear him though.
No,
that's okay.
I flipped the page wrong.
That's okay. So, all right, let's dump that. So now the other big story is the Epstein list of people, right? That 170 plus people who are associates of some of them are just associates of him, not necessarily people who did anything, no debauchery over on Epstein Island, but there are plenty of people who did do stuff on Epstein Island that's on this list, right?
Yeah, there are over 170 people, I believe.
All right, let's hear that. Number 3, sorry.
Okay.
Running on empty.
We're here outside the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan, and this is where Judge Loretta Preska has ordered that January 1st release date of more than 170 names associated with a civil lawsuit that was settled some time ago here. But many of those names that will be released are Jeffrey Epstein's close friends, associates, and some of his victims. Now, the judge is also allowing those individuals who would like to keep their names concealed or redacted to file an appeal to make their case before the release of those names in less than 2 weeks. Now, many of those names that will come out certainly are known and notable, including former presidents, but they are all part of a now settled civil lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell brought by Virginia Giuffre.
So, Virginia Giuffre is the girl that you've seen the picture with Prince Andrew around, with his arm around her.
Okay.
Right, very young at the time. But do you have that Amy Robach thing?
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody remembers this, but I certainly remember it. Amy Robach, who has recently made headlines because she had an affair with somebody that she was working with, and then she got divorced, and then she's together with this guy publicly. She was on the set on ABC News. She was an anchor on ABC News. She was actually a pretty good anchor and a pretty good news person. And she didn't realize the mic was hot. She didn't realize the cameras were hot. And she starts talking about a story that she had everything ready for, and ABC would not run it.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything.
Did you hear that at the end?
Mm-hmm.
We had Clinton. We had everything.
Yep.
I apologize. She is talking about the girl who Prince Andrew had his arm around in that famous picture that you've seen. Virginia. I typed in Virginia Roberts, and Virginia Giuffre came up for some. Oh, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Roberts is her maiden name.
Okay.
So Amy Robach had this story ready to go to implicate Jeffrey Epstein, because I believe Jeffrey Epstein was alive at the time.
Yeah.
And she was going to implicate him and Clinton, and Alan Dershowitz was on the list. And she had this story ready to go, and ABC would not run the story. Why? Who's Jeffrey Epstein? This is a stupid story.
Yeah.
Did it turn out to be a stupid story or a very relevant and disturbing story?
And I believe the more they've hidden it and tried to hide it, the bigger the story has gotten.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to run that today, because everybody forgot about the Amy Robach hot mic thing. And Clinton, and why would ABC not run that story? Because the mainstream media has this infatuation with the royal family that everybody's got to be in good. Because you ever see the Today Show? They think they're buddies with the prince and the princess and the king. They would be mad, and you wouldn't be able to get your interview because they might not be able to get an interview with Kate Middleton and Prince William. They didn't want to run the story. Oh, and of course Jeffrey Epstein. Who's that? What a stupid story.
Yeah.
So can you hold on to that?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yep. I sure will.
Because I remember seeing that, and my wife brought it up to me, and I was like, "Oh yeah." That's when she's like shrugging her shoulders every time she says something because she's so frustrated because they didn't run the story that she'd been working on for 3 years.
Well, Vic, what makes everybody angry is that we are a people of free speech. We are people who need to know the light of day. We need to hear everything that's going on behind the scenes. We all assumed up until now that everything that was happening above board, and it's not. None of it's happening above board. We're finding out now that we have to dive in and make people, hold them by their proverbial throats and say, look, give us the information. Things that come out about this, it's redacted to the point of hilarity.
Right.
You know, it's not nonsense. I mean, everything that comes out from this government is redacted.
Just a piece of paper with the whole page redacted.
Hunter Biden's laptop, Hunter Biden's information, all that stuff, everything.
Yep. Anyway, so we'll see what happens. I just wanted to remind you that Amy Robach had all this stuff 3 years ago. She had been working on it for 3 years, and she never got her story done. Holy cow! So sorry, we are late as heck here. Okay, this is "Merry Christmas, Baby," but I don't know by who.
I don't know. Otis, maybe?
Otis Redding? Wow. Holy cow. Coming up next, PSAKI To Me on 1019, 94.1, News Talk STL. Welcome home and Merry Christmas.
You bought me a diamond ring for Christmas. I feel like I'm in paradise.
Talk lines are open now at 314-912-1019. You're listening to The Vic Porcelli Show.
Now, even as we evolve our institution and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct.
On News Talk STL.
I can't concentrate on this. Listening to Otis Redding is just too good. All right, listen, long-term care, we talk about it all the time. It's not just stressful. It's not just, taking care of a loved one, sometimes maybe 24/7, is emotionally draining. Guess what? It could also be financially draining if you don't take the proper steps to keep the money that you've been saving for all of these years, to keep the lifestyle that you want and that you quite honestly deserve. Chris Cooper is our great friend from Serenity Wealth Management. He came in and joined us yesterday, as a matter of fact. He can guide you to tax-efficient solutions to protect your assets. Now, why is he so qualified, Vic? Well, he's a CPA, financial strategist, and long-term care planning specialist, and he can help you get those hard-earned savings back in your pocket where it belongs. He's got a book he'd like to give you for free. It's called A CPA's Guide to Tax-Free Strategies for Long-Term Care. Get it for free at SerenityLTC.com. That's SerenityLTC.com. Serenity now, Chris Cooper.
Investment advisory services offered through OWLFI LLC, a SEC-registered investment advisor. This is a paid endorsement. Insurance and education services offered through Serenity Wealth Management.
Serenity now! News, analysis, opinion.
It almost seems common sense, but, alas, common sense isn't so common these days.
News Talk STL.
Hi, it's Mark McCloskey from MyPillows. MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2024, making them the perfect gift for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code ONFIRE or call 800-645-1392, and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98, and get all your shopping done now while the quantities last.
I'm Dr. TJ, owner of the Institute of Natural Health, co-owner of Optimal Nutraceuticals, and the host of Wellness 101. Wellness 101 is designed to cut through the nonsense and provide you common sense, science-based information regarding health and wellness. On the show, we discuss topics like thyroid health, gut health, hormone optimization, and many others. Our show airs Saturdays at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. right here on News Talk STL. For more information, visit us at inhstl.com. That's inhstl.com.
So many ways to listen to News Talk STL. Enable our Alexa skill.
Hello.
Hey, Alexa.
Yes, I'm listening.
Play News Talk STL.
Welcome to News Talk STL, conservative talk radio for St. Louis.
Talk lines are open now at 314-912-1019. The Vic Porcelli Show.
Never rat on your friends and always keep your mouth shut.
On News Talk STL.
When I was small, I believed in Santa Claus, though I knew it was my dad.
Okay. I can't even interrupt the art going on that side of the table. Ken Williams made it sound great. And second of all, that's my wife's favorite Christmas song by the Kinks, Father Christmas. So
love it.
Jess, if you're listening, here you go. Merry Christmas. Almost happy birthday. I love you. Okay.
We're sort of a family show, huh?
Yeah. Except when I cuss on this here radio. Other than that, I'm good. Okay. So Mike wants to talk. Mike, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Vic, and wanted to call before Christmas and wish both of you a Merry Christmas, and I hope your tree is full of stuff.
Fantastic. I hope you got stacks and stacks of chips under your tree.
You mean like those orange ones?
They're the 50,000? Are those the 50,000 in a tournament, say?
No. Well, they may be in a tournament, but in real life, where real money concerned, those are $500.
$500 chips.
I'll take those.
Yeah, I'll take those too. Just send those two. All right, Mike, thank you so much. Merry Christmas. Thanks so much for being a great listener. We appreciate you.
And you guys are the best. And if I don't hear you before New Year's, have a Happy New Year's.
You too, baby. You too.
And safe, okay?
Yeah, Mike, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you, brother.
Back to you, Ken.
And whoosh.
And whoosh.
All right. And just to be clear, you shan't be hearing from us till after New Year's, after tomorrow's over.
Well, you'll be hearing from me.
I'm sorry, Ken. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Let me try that again. You shan't be hearing from me.
Right.
Ken will be hard working.
But, Mike, you can call me.
Yeah, call him, Ken, and tell him he's doing a great job. All right. So, usually on Thursdays at this time, we do a little something called careening into the abyss to make fun of our press secretary for the United States. Her name is, no, I don't want to do that. I'm really having a hard time here. So, Karine Jean-Valjean, is that what it is?
Something like that, yeah.
No, that's La Miss. Okay. So, but we figured she comes to the podium and she doesn't answer anything.
No.
She doesn't say anything, right? She just, oh, nope, not going to answer from here. Nope, sorry, I'll revert you to that person. Blah, blah. So we said, you know what? The heck with it. Tomorrow, let's do PSAKI to me.
Sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me.
Sock it to yourself. Sock it to me, honey.
Sock it to me.
Whoa, President Nixon. Socking to him? It's Psaki to me because Jen Psaki now, we can't get rid of her. She's doing a show on MSNBC.
And she lies constantly.
Well, she did that when she was a press secretary, too,
right.
but now she does it in a longer time span, hour-long show every day. Never tells the truth, as she never did before. And we thought, hey, why should we let her escape the wrath of this show?
No.
So, are we ready to roll?
I think we're ready to roll.
We don't have to do anything else? No special presentation or anything?
No.
All right. Ken, Psaki to me. I'm sorry. Serve me some sake.
Look, I think if you're sitting in the White House right now, you're like, please, Hunter Biden, we know your dad loves you. Please stop talking in public. This is not helpful to any of them for him to be out there. But at the same time, the president loves his son. That takes precedent over anything else. That is appealing. I'm thinking of the woman in your focus group who talked about family. He loves his son. He loves his family. He's worried about his mental health. But yes, the White House would like him to probably go away right now.
Wow. So let's take that apart just a little bit.
A little bit.
That first part when she said, Hunter, please stop talking. Did she get her tushy spanked for that remark?
I don't know.
I'm sure somebody said, hey, what are you doing? We're the Bidens. You can't talk about us, right?
Yeah, but notice that right after she said that, though, it's a father's love, for God's sake. How can you people even question?
And the more important thing, she said, that's the most important thing. She said his father loves him. That's the most important
thing.
Most crime, none of that, that's not. So I just want to point out, too, and I've pointed this out before, I'm sure that Al Capone's mother and father loved him, too.
Yeah.
That didn't make him any less of a criminal.
Vic, he's his little boy.
Yeah.
He's his little 55-year-old.
You're right, Ken.
Backpack carrying.
Exactly. Carrying the backpack.
You know what it reminds me
with
of?
the lunch and the milk in the
the
thermos.
Backpack that looks like a bear.
Oh,
God.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me it would be.
Because that's how he acts.
Full
He
of
acts
coke.
like he's in grammar school.
Full of coke and phone numbers of the hookers that he's going to hire in California.
When you say coke, you mean Coca-Cola?
No.
Okay. Just checking. Can we do another? We have time for another one?
I think we do.
All right, Ken. Serve me some sake.
This week has put on full display the ways in which our country is living in two completely different realities. There is one reality, let's call it Earth, where there is deep concern right now about a 4 times indicted former president who yesterday continued to echo the language of Adolf Hitler, of all people, by saying immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country. Here on Earth, there were some big developments this week in one of the criminal cases involving that former president, the one where he's accused of trying to overturn a democratic election.
Can we stop that for a second?
Yeah.
Because there's one
You
point
can
here
stop
that
it forever for all I care.
the criminals that are poisoning the blood of Americans, he's saying what their big narrative right now is they're trying to push is that Trump is reciting words from Hitler. This is a lie. This is a blatant lie. What Trump meant, and we're going to get this clear right off the table right now, Trump was saying that the criminals that are coming across the border are poisoning the blood of our American citizens with fentanyl.
Right.
Okay? Let's get that straight right off the board here. And anytime you hear this, because you're going to hear it a lot coming up, believe me, on social media and on the news. And if you can tell them, say, no, you're incorrect. He said poisoning the blood of Americans through fentanyl from the criminals coming across the border.
Ken, that's exactly the story. You're exactly right. So,
did I thundersteal?
No.
Okay.
I actually looked it up as you were talking, and that's exactly what went on here. Because, first of all, Trump said he's never even read Mein Kampf. I've never read Mein Kampf.
No, I never.
Why would I read Mein Kampf?
Well, because you're a MAGA extremist.
Why? That's right.
Vic, come on.
Sorry. But also, the fact that he was talking to, like you said, the cartels and the fentanyl is literally poisoning people to death.
Yes.
So I think what he said was accurate, and I think that, Jen Psaki likes to be really kind of clever. She thinks she's being clever. Well, here on Earth, and if you have to, I do feel sorry for her and people in the mainstream media because they have to stick up for Joe Biden, right? They have to. It's the party line. It's the network line to do it.
I know, but
no, Ken, I get what you're saying, but put yourself in their shoes when they have to get on TV and say Joe Biden's doing great, and they have to say it like they believe it because they don't believe it.
The Today Show this morning said the economy is great. The economy is it's over. I mean, the jobs are up. Jobs are going up. The prices are going down now. We're heading into the new year on fire.
Yep.
I mean, they are so pumped up. Yes, inflation's still high. Interest rates, yes, they're still high. We could go into a recession still, according to.
But they'll say that that's great too.
Yeah, because it's just going to counteract. People can't buy a home still.
So,
but
do you remember when Trump was president and Joe Biden was in quotes running against him, and he said, "I don't judge the economy by the stock market. That's for the rich people."
Right.
Now all of a sudden it's okay to judge the economy by the stock market.
That's their only meter they're going by now.
Unbelievable. I think that's it, Ken.
Want to do a little more?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Ken.
Hear more?
Serve me some sake.
Oh, and I should note that here on Earth, there was also some good economic news, with the Dow hitting a new record high and an announcement that the Federal Reserve is planning to cut interest rates next year. But there is, of course, also an alternate reality right now, one in which none of that matters. In this alternate reality, President Biden is plunging the United States into a depression, even though, again, the Dow just hit a record high. In this alternate reality, President Biden's age alone makes him unfit to serve, while Trump, I would note, just 3 years younger, is somehow seen as the epitome of strength and vitality. And in this alternate reality, it is the current president, Joe Biden, who is now the subject of an impeachment inquiry for a mysterious and sprawling scandal no one can explain involving bribery and corruption.
Wow.
Now, there is, of course, no evidence at all to suggest that any of it is true, but that is still the story that is being mainlined into a huge portion of the country right now.
All right, here's what I want you to do, Ken.
Yeah.
I want you to save that.
Okay.
And then I want you to
make a collage.
I got to figure out. No. I want to go further than that. I want you to save that, and then when we find out the real true crime, well, we already know. When the people on Earth, Jen's people down there on Earth, find out that there really were true crimes and high crimes and misdemeanors, I want you to somehow put that audio into something we can send in the mail.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Jen Psaki, courtesy of MSNBC, and that direct quote for her to listen to. And you know what? Send one off to Hakeem Jeffries and everybody else who says that Joe Biden is just so squeaky clean. Are you freaking kidding me?
I love that. Yeah, it's good. That's good stuff.
That's all the time we have for
Good night, Dick.
Oh, wrong one.
That's all the time we have for Sake to Me. There we go. Oh, my God. We appreciate you listening. And we won't do Sake to Me every week, but once in a while we got to get her on and do something.
Yeah.
We just have to do something. So that's all the time we have. Say goodnight, Dick.
Good night, Dick.
There he is. Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Madison Gesiotto Gilbert. Oh, I didn't know where that was coming from for a second. That sounds great. Madison Gesiotto Gilbert from the RNC will join us at 10:41. I hope we don't give her too much of a headache. But we got to
Gotta do it.
We got to ask questions that get us answers that we can be okay with.
We gotta do it.
Who are you, George H.W. right there?
Yeah.
Gotta do it. Not gonna eat broccoli. Not gonna do it. 1,000 points of light. Nate Lucas at 10:05, and up next, Jason Sheppard from Wimkin.com. That's next on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Welcome home.
Watch us on our live stream using Rumble, Facebook, and Twitter. The Vic Porcelli Show.
And the prominent leaders are leaders. Breathe oxygen under the rocks it's hiding in.
Made in St. Louis for St. Louis. It's News Talk STL.
Whoosh.
On the next Larry Connors USA.
The big question is, will the Supreme Court agree with the Colorado State Supreme Court that Trump cannot be on the ballot?
Larry Connors USA. Now weeknights 6 until 8 on News Talk STL.
Is your family prepared for the financial burden of losing a loved one?
Are you aware of the cost of a funeral?
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for lifetime permanent final expense insurance coverage with no medical exam required.
Just answer a few health questions, and once accepted, your rates never increase.
Do you have diabetes? High blood pressure?
Have you had a heart attack? A stroke?
No problem.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial can help protect your legacy.
Call or text 314-866-8886. That's 314-866-8886.
To learn more about permanent lifetime final expense insurance coverage.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for immediate coverage by answering just a few health questions.
Call or text 314-866-8886 or learn more at memorialplans.com. That's memorialplans.com.
Policies underwritten by Senior Life Insurance Company. Not available in all states.
This Saturday night at 10 on Stories of New Americans.
I'm joined by Mladen Radojev from Bulgaria.
My parents, they've been twice in Russia. And interestingly, the second time that they went there was during Chernobyl. They did not have any information what is going on. So they have been in hotels, they've been opening windows, and the radiation was there.
Stories of New Americans, Saturday nights at 10 on News Talk STL.
You've heard the buzz about IT jobs in cybersecurity and AI, right? Why not prepare for a career in these fields and take advantage of the high demand? You could enjoy a more rewarding and recession-resistant lifestyle. Train in just a few short months at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Already in IT? Skill up for positions employers need to fill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
This hour, the Vic Porcelli Show, brought to you by Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor for all your roofing needs. Visit ConnorRoofing.com. That's CONNER Roofing.com.
I saw three ships come sailing in on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. I saw three ships come sailing in on Christmas Day in the morning. And what was in those ships, all three, on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day? And what was in those ships, all three, on Christmas Day in the morning?
Talk lines are open now at 314-912-1019.
You're listening to the Vic Porcelli Show on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Yo, Vic.
Yeah.
How you doing?
How you doing, British lady? Okay, good morning. Welcome home to 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. I'm Vic Porcelli. That's the great Ken Williams over there. Madison, Gesiotto, Gilbert. Why didn't she just go ahead and marry a Hispanic guy so her name would be nice and poetic and flowing?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Porcelli's Deli at 10:25 today. The subject, the saxophone player who plays on maybe the biggest number one hit of the year 1971. I think I said 1970 earlier, and it was 1971, so I apologize for that. Nate Lucas joins us at 10:05, and right now, Jason Sheppard from Wimpkin Social Media. Jason, thank you so much for being with us. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Doing okay. So there was a story about a Palestinian high school student who was expelled over he or she's mother's anti-Semitic social media posts. Tell us a little bit about that story.
Yeah, absolutely. So essentially what happened was, and they have a policy because we looked this up, but the school has the ability to suspend people due to their, significant others and also, immediate family's actions. And what this boils down to is the fact that they are calling this woman's social media post, who was actually a teacher in the school as well, that she was actually a danger to the community and she was inciting violence and things. So I have yet to see those actual posts, but I did see that she commented officially stating that they were taken out of context.
So her anti-Semitic comments were taken out of context? That seems to be the new way to say, oops, I shouldn't have said that. It's been taken out of context. What exactly were the comments?
That's what I actually am still trying to figure out, because they were immediately taken down from social media. But, I think the bigger story is that how do you punish the child, for something that, this person does? Now, I get that, if she is an actual employee of that school, there could be, some caveats and some things that would go on there. But, without really knowing too much more specifically about what this woman had said, just going into what the comments of the school is they're stating that it was something that was, inciting violence in the community as well as a danger to the community and the school. So it's until we have confirmation on both, I don't really know what I could possibly answer in terms of, what actually I believe.
Okay, so let's just talk generically, hypothetical. The mother, who is also a teacher in the school, makes anti-Semitic social media posts, and they expel the kid. Now, they're using the word expelled, not suspended, by the way, which is
that's very true.
So is this a case of, the only comparison I can think of, and Ken and I were just talking about this before we got you on the phone, burning the American flag is something so abhorrent to me, but yet still covered by the First Amendment. Is that your argument here?
Yeah, I would totally agree that, they should never have touched this child. I mean, we don't know if the child, did anything in the school, but yeah, I'm with you 100% because, as an advocate for free speech, I don't really know how this can extend to the son unless, something else is going on there with, the organization within that school, being the fact that it is a mother and son in that school. But yeah, I would totally agree with you that, it's if you do, or if you are an advocate for free speech, you 100% have to go 100%. You can't go, 96, 97. And, this child to me should not have been harmed by this.
All right, let's talk about the mother then, the person who did it. She is the mother. She is also a teacher at the school. Any punitive action against her from the school?
She's no longer employed there, and you would think that that's where it would end. But I mean, I wish I could actually see these posts, because I did try to find them, and all I can find is the woman stating that these posts were taken out of context, which again, as you know, is their scapegoat. That's what everyone tries to say.
Right. So you're all for her losing her job because of the posts, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think
there we go.
I mean, anytime I hate and anything like that, absolutely. Now, but I just don't know how that extends to a child.
I think I agree with that completely.
We get that now.
This girl had nothing to do with it. I keep saying girl. I don't know if the student is a boy or a girl. Do you?
It's a boy.
It's a boy.
Yes.
So her actions. But see, the only thing about this is that she's also a teacher.
Yes.
And his mom. It kind of complicates things. I still don't think that kid should be expelled.
No.
They went right past suspended to expelled.
Unless he is echoing her words.
Exactly,
right.
Ken. If he's saying kill the Jews, then we got a problem.
Yeah, and you know what, guys? You'll have to apologize if I'm not 100% coherent here. I mean, not coherent, but, putting things in the right manner. I just found out Wimkin had a holiday party scheduled at a Patriot Place January 6th. We were having an event to honor the prisoners as well as some other things. And about 45 minutes ago before this interview, I just found out that the owner was shot and killed this morning. So it could be a hate crime, something related to that. So my head is spinning, and I apologize.
No, hey, we
Totally
apologize
understand.
for having you on. So let me get this straight. The owner of Wimkin was shot and killed?
No, I'm the owner of Wimkin, but where we were having our holiday party, it was a place called Mogi's Irish Pub. This man is he was a patriot in our community. He didn't lock down for COVID, any type of COVID restrictions and things.
Well,
and
we are so sorry
just took
about
care of
that.
his community. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm reeling right now. So
Yeah. Well, we're not going to keep you too long. We just wanted to get the details on this, and if you can give us a little bit on your site, your not your site, but your Wimkin social media. Tell us about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wimkin was founded. We were launched in August of 2020. We're a free speech version of Facebook meets YouTube meets Twitter, or X now, which I still can't get used to.
Me neither.
And we have essentially everything that Facebook has, and we were banned by app stores as the number one apps in terms of trending in January of 21, being blamed for the insurrection. And we fought big tech. We also fought the government on the House Select Committee when they came in and tried to basically shut us down and get every piece of information on every one of our users. So we're at the forefront of free speech. And, I apologize if I didn't sound correct when I was stating that I don't believe that, the child should have been, expelled for this due to, his mother's actions. But, certainly that teacher and that mother should, not be employed by that school.
Right. And Jason, I apologize, and I apologize for Ken too. But if you're ever come, well, this is never going to happen again, but just let us know. And, if you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to do it, because I can only imagine what's going through your head right now.
But he wants to get the social media platform out.
We could have done it.
I know, we could have. I know.
Anyway, how do we?
No, guys, I appreciate you having me.
Of course.
I mean, I do want to honor this man too. So, someone doing this to him, it shouldn't relate to me not doing my job as a patriot. So
we appreciate that. And just as a quick kind of relatable story, it was 1984. I was working at a radio station in New Jersey, and it was a Monday. I had just come back from a week's vacation, right? Refreshed, energized, ready to go. And my cousin calls me on my way to work, not on my way because there wasn't cell phones back then, but he called me and he said, "Hey, Pete, who was a great friend of both of us, was killed last night on a motorcycle accident."
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my God. So I hung up the phone. I drove to work, and I had to do the show. When you're doing Top 40 radio, you got to be, "Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you." And afterwards, the next guy that came in, he goes, "My God, what's the matter with you?" I said, "I just found out one of my best friends was killed on a motorcycle last night." And he said, "Well, I never would have known listening to you on the way in." So we can empathize. Kenny and I can empathize with you when we have to come in and do radio, even under the worst emotional circumstances. So we appreciate you just coming in. Again, our sympathies for that gentleman who was shot and killed. Is it Wimkin.com? Is that how we find the site?
Yep, Wimkin.com. We also, after 8 months, did beat the app stores at their game and got the censorship. We won our cases against them and got placed back in the app store. So you can also find us, Wimkin, in the app stores, and that stands for World Must Know Now. We just couldn't use the WMKN because the FCC said no, which I'm sure you guys know about a little bit.
I don't. Tell me.
Oh, they just didn't want us using those call letters.
Oh, got it. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? Stay at it. And, let's talk again in the new year. Any case that comes, let's just talk about, being a patriot and the First Amendment and free speech and stuff sometime in the very near future. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Thank you guys so much for understanding, and thank you so much for doing what you do.
Thank you, Jason. Have a great day. Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year to you, too.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
If he had said to you, "Ken, I don't think I can do this," I would totally have understood.
No. In fact, he brought it up to me, and I said, "Do you want to talk about it? Do you not want to do the interview? What is your choice? It's your choice right now." And he goes, No. I want to do the interview. He said, "I'm just a little rattled right now." I said, okay.
Totally get that. Totally get that.
Absolutely.
I mean, my friend Pete was on a motorcycle, and some drunk woman ran him over. I mean, literally ran him over, and that was terrible. But shot and killed is a different kind of terrible. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different. So our thanks to Jason Sheppard for being with us. He sounds like he's a true patriot, that guy.
Big time. He mentioned patriot a couple of times when of the fallen friend of his. So,
and I didn't know, Kenny. I mean, let's be honest here, Ken. Let's be transparent. Before the interview, Kenny and I were talking, and I said, "So, Ken, the mother had anti-Semitic social media posts," and I said, "Well, where does he stand on this?" I wasn't sure where he was going to go.
yeah. And then I said, well, here's the way I've positioned it. I thought toward you, I thought you would find it interesting to find out.
Yes.
Okay, well, if he's against anti-Semitism, great. If he's for being an anti-Semite, then you can go attack him.
Yeah, and we definitely learned that he is an absolute patriot.
And I want to note here too that if you were listening to the early parts of the interview, you will notice that Vic was being very careful with his wording and phrasing and how he was trying to figure out and get the information from him firsthand before he went into any attack mode at all.
Right.
I mean, it was just to find out because we didn't know. Even when you read the information, I get little synopses of the information that we receive here of these guests, and it didn't really clarify that.
Okay. Jason sounds like a great guy.
Great guy,
We'll
yeah.
talk to him again. Can we say hi? Huh. It's like I have a magic wand or something. Where's that bing? Chat box music. Ed Stoit. Ed Stoit. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Writer Solstice Day. Shortest daylight of the year. Sunsets get later after today. That's great.
It's wonderful.
You know what? We talked about this briefly, and I'd like to talk, if we ever get Jamie Lissow on again, and I think he's coming back to the Funny Bone, so maybe we can get him in again.
Yeah.
How do they explain using solar panels in Alaska when it's dark half the year?
They can't.
Right?
They can't.
So,
I told you about the meme. There was snow all over the solar panels, and it says, "This is why we can't use these."
And then on another note, but on the same topic, daylight savings time. Don't you want to have as much daylight as possible for those solar panels to soak up the sun? Why are we turning the clocks back so it's dark all the damn time?
Hello.
All right. Best hand on the flag. He said Ed likes when I put my hand on the flag after the pledge, and especially after my wife did it, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Vic, if you don't think Ken and your wife's conversations was not about you, I have a bridge to... Hey, what?
That's true. That's actually true.
Wait a minute. What's he talking about?
When could it not land on Vic Porcelli?
I still don't get it.
Well, the whole time we were having a conversation, your name, of course, came up probably 20 times.
Oh, God.
When you asked me that, I'm like, no, of course not. It's like, okay, great.
All right. Facebook, folks,
Right.
Good morning, Vic Heads.
See, listener insight, Vic. Listener insight.
Yeah.
There it is, right there.
Absolutely right. This is day 1,326 of my prosecution for a protest against U.S. lack of COVID response. Okay. Good morning, Vic Heads. Good morning, everybody. Matthew, he's new to the board. Hey, thanks for coming in. Hey, Kristen Sanders, Merry Christmas, baby.
May have more later.
Yeah, we'll do some more later. This is our penultimate day of the year to be with you.
Yeah.
We're going to take 5 minutes out for news, and then we're back with another hour on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
Whoosh.
Francis Chick Powers.
With an inside story behind a Christmas song.
Silver bells, silver bells.
The song was first sung by 20th century show business icon and wisecracking comedian Mr. Bob Hope with Miss Marilyn Maxwell in the 1951 movie The Lemon Drop Kid. Songwriters Mr. Ray Evans and Mr. Jay Livingston now detail the circumstances surrounding the writing of Silver Bells.
We were asked to write a Christmas song for Bob Hope to do in a movie called The Lemon Drop Kid. This idea didn't thrill us, but we had to do it. So reluctantly, we sat down. We wrote a song called Tinkle Bell, about the little tinkly bells you hear around Christmas. And we thought, that'll fit the picture. You'll never hear it again. That'll be the end of that. Well, I went home from work that night, and my wife said, what you doing in school today, or worse to that effect? And I said, we wrote a song called Tinkle Bell.
But she explained the double meaning in the word tinkle, which had not occurred to us. So I came back in the studio the next day and I said to Ray, we cannot use Tinkle Bell. And he said, why not? And I said, because tinkle has a double meaning. And we threw it away. Now we started to write something else. Well, we kept coming back to Tinkle Bell. We stole lines of lyric from it. We stole pieces of music because we liked a lot of it. And we ended up with Tinkle Bell exactly as we'd first written it. We just changed one word. Instead of Tinkle Bell, it became Silver Bells.
Soon it will be Christmas.
And this is a song we didn't want to write. There's a moral there somewhere.
From the musicalsoundreview.com, I'm Francis Chick Powers.
The Right Mind Show with Todd Showalter.
Hi, it's Todd Showalter from The Right Mind Show, where we put the fun in our dysfunctional world. And there's nothing more dysfunctional than the holidays. Crowded malls, drunk relatives, and of course, the holiday fruitcake, who I refer to as my Uncle Bob. So join me and my buddy Joey B this Saturday, won't you? Hey, it's better than kissing Grandma under the mistletoe.
The Right Mind Show with Todd Showalter. Saturday evenings at 5 on News Talk STL. Brought to you this holiday by LiberalJoke.com. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at NewstalkSTL.com.
Well, this is it. Traditionally, the busiest day for air travel in the run-up to Christmas.
The TSA says last year, December 21st, saw more than 2.4 million people take to the skies in the U.S. right before Christmas Day. And December 22nd was only slightly less busy, a little more than 2.3 million. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there could be some bad weather around Christmas and New Year's.
FAA is working closely with airlines to plan for that possibility. We get down to the minute weather predictions from National Weather Service meteorologists and use those to inform exact arrival and departure routes across the busiest parts of the U.S. airspace.
I'm Donna Warder.
Number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits up slightly last week. Labor Department says jobless claims are up by 2,000 to 205,000. Stocks are higher on Wall Street. The Dow is up 233 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
From director George Clooney.
Well, what's that about making some money?
Yeah, the royalty. You get a part-time job and a cheap place to live.
This Christmas.
Come on, boys.
That bunch of kids rode like no one else that's ever come through here.
Based on the inspiring true story.
We have it both. Strong enough to qualify for an Olympic spot. Well, lay it down, Coach.
Of the underdogs who made history.
The American Happy 1936 Olympics. Roll for your country. Roll for each other.
The Boys in the Boat. Only in theaters Christmas Day. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-858-1199. That's 800-858-1199.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Chris Cooper and Serenity Wealth Management. Discover little-known strategies that could be the difference between choosing the care you deserve or having someone else decide it for you. Get a free copy of Chris's book at serenityltc.com. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
Winter officially begins today, but an unseasonably mild weather pattern is locked in all the way through Christmas. We're talking highs from the mid-50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy today, but despite the limited sunshine, we still climb to 59 this afternoon. Watch for a few spotty light showers this evening. Chances ramping up toward daybreak Friday. The low only 45. Scattered showers Friday up to 55 for the high. Another round of rain, and this one heavier from late Christmas Eve into Christmas Day. That's your first alert forecast. I'm meteorologist Matt Chambers.
Vic Porcelli.
Come on, you're Italian. You understand.
Every day is a busy day all of a sudden.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Tough and smart, and I love Italian, so, you know, he's definitely Italian.
At least I have this show to come and talk about it and let some stuff up.
What kind of a show are you guys putting on here today?
The Vic Porcelli Show.
Hold on, I'm having a headphone catastrophe here. Hi, welcome back. Welcome home to 1019-94.1 News Talk STL. I'm Vic Porcelli. Let's see my catastrophe on the The great Ken Williams over there coming up this hour. Madison, Gesiotto, Gilbert from the RNC. See how that goes. Porcelli's Deli, a saxophone player that plays on maybe the biggest #1 hit of 1971. And Nate Lucas coming up in just a sec. Nate's a very patient guy. So let's talk to Steve. Good morning, Steve. How are you? Steve has left the building. Hi, Steve.
Oh, there you are. Hi. How are you?
I think I know what you're going to talk about.
Yes. The wing nuts out in Colorado.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it, yeah.
So, a couple of things with this. Number one, whenever you do your elections, you have these little things on there about judges. If it says incumbent, automatically vote against them.
Oh, that's a good.
No matter who it is,
that's a good.
vote against them. Because this is how we get idiots like this in the higher courts.
Yep.
That's just my take on it.
So I think I know what's on your mind, Steve. And first of all, the one of them is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment never mentions the word president, does it?
Correct.
Yeah.
But we do have this article. I believe it's the 25th Amendment.
Yes, I'm all for that.
If somebody's unfit mentally, cognitively, well, I think if they want to do this right here, people can write in President Trump, or they can write in Mickey Mouse, or whatever they want to do, and that's an illegal ballot. So do what they want. I don't care.
Yeah, and the 25th Amendment. I mean, they were
the quote unquote red states should say, okay, we're invoking the 25th Amendment, and Joe Biden is not allowed to be on our ballot.
I agree with that 100%.
Totally, yeah.
And not to mention, Steve, they threw in the 25th Amendment talk when Trump was just walking slowly down a ramp at West Point.
A wet metal ramp, by the way.
Yeah,
right.
And Joe Biden falls upstairs, and So I'm all for the 25th. And by the way, they made Trump take a cognitive test, which he passed, but nobody wants to have Biden take a 25th. I mean, take a cognitive test. All right, Steve, got to run. Nate.
They don't have a mixer big enough for his brain to fix all the mush.
Hey, Steve, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas,
all right. There it is. Yeah, baby. That's Steve, our truck driver friend. All right, let's get some baseball music. Let's get going. Let's piss off Nate Lucas a little bit. Good morning, Nate. How are you, baby?
What's happening? That guy you say he's a truck driver?
Yeah, man.
God bless him. Yeah. And I love the honk at the end. Is that his signature close?
Well, just to be fair, this is us.
Well,
hold on. This is us.
No,
wait.
I have to close this out, and now this is us.
Okay. That's us, and the other one was him. But he did do his own.
Yeah, he did his own. It was cool. It was
nice. That's well played. That you guys are really onto it this morning.
Oh yeah, I thought this was a scambotic show because I'm just doing everything wrong.
No, Nate, Vic is thinking this way that everything's scrambled because he's almost off for 10 days. And he's thinking, everything's just falling apart now.
Hey, listen, okay? Tell me this is an evil genius. You ready? I'm going to be off for 10 straight days, only had to use 4 days of PTO.
Wow. I got to tell you, I mean, is that even allowed in radio? 10 days?
I know, right? Listen, Saturday, Sunday, Christmas Day. Saturday, Sunday, New Year's Day. That's 6. And then the 4 days I took off, the Monday through Friday.
Tuesday through Friday.
Tuesday through Friday.
That's a wily veteran, right?
That's right.
A veteran move.
But now, Nate, you're going to be on still with us this next week because I'll be here, right?
Of course. Hey,
okay.
I don't take days off. I'm a workhorse.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because I'm going to need you, man.
Wait a minute. What's that supposed to mean?
Somewhere tropical or what
yes.
are you doing?
Tropical fish living room with all our fish in our living room. No, I'm not. I'm going to be home. First of all, I want you guys to slow down because I've opened my mouth to say something and both of you have interrupted me. I wanted to say I am from New Jersey. I know how to rig a game, okay?
Oh, okay.
With the vacation things. Anyway. Hey, speaking of that, Nate, my new hobby is to go on YouTube and then I just hit refresh and all these videos come up and I see if anything interests me. And there was a video from Saturday Night Live back when it was great and it was a New Jersey game show, and the game show was called
Holy walnut.
Oh.
Oh my God, I laughed. And by the way, Bill Hader is the host of the show. Hey, oh my God, it was so funny, so funny.
So, have you gotten I know we're sort of down a rabbit hole here, but have you gotten a kick out of this Giants quarterback, Tommy DeVito?
Love it. Kidding me?
Cutlets?
First of all,
yeah.
Tommy.
What's his name? What'd you say?
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets.
First of all, Tommy DeVito, right? That's the name of Joe Pesci's character in Goodfellas. Let's start there, right? Also, Tommy DeVito was one of the Four Seasons, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. He was the one that got the band into trouble by betting and gambling and losing all their money. And Frankie Valli said, "You know what? He's part of the group. We're gonna bail him out." Have you seen the play Jersey Boys, Nate?
I've not seen the play.
It's all about Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, all right? So this play is now, 20 years old, so I can do a spoiler alert, right? In the play, which is true, Frankie Valli and Joe Pesci were great friends. And it was Joe Pesci who introduced Frankie Valli to Bob Gaudio, which made the Four Seasons. So we have the Four Seasons courtesy of Joe Pesci.
This is so great.
And 6 degrees of...
I knew if I just set you up on a tee, you would love this, Tommy DeVito.
Hey, man, you're talking about a Jersey kid there. You know what I mean? And it's 6 degrees of Joe Pesci, right? Tommy DeVito was his name in Goodfellas. Tommy DeVito was in the Four Seasons. He's like, just like the Joe Pesci show. Hey.
Oh, my God.
All right.
I'm telling you, I worked with Bob Ramsey for almost 2 years. If you and Rammer did a show on, shows and characters and this and that, I don't know. I think you guys could go endlessly for 5, 6, 7 hours. I mean, you guys, your recall on these things are impressive.
Yeah.
Well, let me give you a little recall on the Rammer, okay? Is he still doing play-by-play for SLU, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So he was, I swear to God, Nate, I was driving in my car when I heard him say this, and I almost hit a tree because I was loving it so much. Do you remember the kid Justin Love who was on SLU?
Justin Love.
I remember the name.
Kid's name was Justin Love. And every time he shot and hit the shot, Rammer would go, "That's amore." And I was like, oh, my God.
That's amore.
Next time you talk to him, ask him about that's amore, okay?
That's hilarious. He's great, man. He's got an iconic, jam time, and he puts his heart and soul into those Billikens broadcasts, and I appreciate that, man. He's a legend in this town.
He is. All right, let's get serious here. Will you cut it out? You're getting me going.
Okay.
So let's talk about this Harvard president, Gay.
Do we have to?
She's
good
Gay.
Lord.
Claudine Gay is her name. And here's the thing, Nate. I mean, the left, they have to find new words for things to make it not sound so bad, right? Plagiarism, that sounds pretty bad. And now the left is using the term, you ready for this? Instead of plagiarism, duplicative language.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Chris Rufo is reporting that she has been accused now of plagiarism 41 times across 8 papers over a 30-year time horizon.
Wow.
Which means she's dumb.
Exactly. I mean, I'm sorry. When you hear someone like Claudine Gay speak and given time and a platform and a position of power, that's how you know your country is just totally screwed. I mean, I'm sorry. Would you hire her to take your trash out?
No.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I don't want her anywhere near anything that I'm doing. I mean, I'm sorry. This is like she is the epitome of everything that is just sucking the hardworking blue-collar soul out of our nation. And that is precisely the character, if you want to use it, of what we have trended towards, which is just so disturbing. Like, how did we go from people who work their ass off, to make a living, to put food on the table for their family, that worked a long time, that used their hands, that were farmers, that were blue collar, and now now we cherish an individual like Claudine Gay. I mean, that is the surest sign that your country is just sick, and in some ways sick beyond repair. I'm not sure, and there's your institutions for you, man. That's where if you're a parent out there, that's where you're working all this time to get all this income, and you're spending money on these institutions to go send your kids to these places. And I know that they're not always going to Harvard, but there's a Claudine Gay. She's a Trojan horse in every single university. I mean, boy, it's time to wake up.
They need to take a poster of her, that Harvard president Gay, and make her the poster child of DEI, and they need to destroy DEI based just on the experience with her. She should not even be an intern at that college, and she is the president of Harvard. She's a DEI hire, Nate.
These are places, that constantly harp on integrity and doing things the right way. And then it's like, well, one of your own literally plagiarized, what did I say, 41 times across an 8-year horizon. And they're like, oh, well, she gets a free pass. And you're like, well, why does she get a free pass? Oh, well, obviously because she looks the right way and she thinks the right way and she does everything that we tell her to do. So gosh darn it, that's how it's going to be. And you're like, what is this double standard? Mm-hmm. And why, it's just amazing to me the protection that these institutions will go to give latitude to someone like Claudine Gay just because she looks and thinks the right way. I mean,
all right, listen.
What a sad, sad way that this country has fallen.
Everything we've talked about so far with you and Claudine Gay, and we haven't yet talked about that she thinks it's okay to call for genocide of the Jewish people. We didn't even talk about that
Bingo,
yet.
That's the most disqualifying thing, is the fact that all four of those ladies sat up there during their testimony and they completely said that genocide and the eradication of an entire Jewish culture was not hate speech, or actually okay, like you said. I mean, I've never seen, that is truly a phenomenal piece of video because it shows you what these people think in their brains. And all they had to say was, no, this is ridiculous. Any sort of hate speech will not be tolerated on our campus. This is grotesque, and it will be condemned at the highest and most strictest level. And they couldn't even say that. They're like, well, it's like, oh my gosh. If you can't answer the simplistic questions, then how in the world are you going to solve the world's toughest problems? And these people, like I said, I wouldn't even hire any one of those people to take my trash out. Yeah. And unfortunately, they are, it's a joke. Look at these people, man. Who are they? What did they do to get to their positions? Nothing other than DEI, as Kenny pointed out.
Okay. Wait, you got any water or something you could take a sip on there? Because
you know what I have?
Tell me.
My day started so strong. The coffee shop that I live above, I walked down, I got myself a cold brew, and she goes, oh, it's on the house today. Somebody paid it forward for the entire neighborhood.
Wow.
Nice.
How sweet is that?
That is great.
Isn't that nice?
Free cold brew.
Probably conservative.
Free cold brew. Yeah.
Kenny's right. Probably conservative guy.
Probably, although, my neighborhood, I don't know.
Where do you live? Oh, never mind. No stupid question.
Hey, tell us where you live.
Last thing I should do is to take the guy's address, who everybody pisses off every day, and put his address on the air. All right, let's talk. We had a conversation with one of our listeners just before you, Nate. I don't know if you heard him, Steve, the truck driver. Of course you did. And he was talking about the 25th Amendment. And, boy, if there was ever a case where the 25th Amendment can be used, it's with this president, don't you think?
The 25th Amendment. Yes, absolutely. With Joe Biden. I mean, he is cognitively dead. I mean, he's senile. Anyone who thinks differently might need to have their own brain examined.
And how about the story where
no way that he's running. Go ahead.
His staff can't stand him. They can't take it anymore because he walks around saying, boy, I'm a lot younger than I look. I feel a lot younger than my age. And you know why he says that, Nate? Because in his head, he's back in his mind back to when he was in good shape. Because when you get dementia, you can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago, but you remember back years and years ago when he was in good shape. So this is just another example of dementia to me.
Well, I don't
That's a
even
great
know
point.
if he would recognize his own. I don't even think he'd recognize his own video clips from 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, where he literally has said the exact opposite of what he's saying now.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Biden is such a split personality, and the videotape is unbelievable. You could literally have a debate, okay? Someone should do this. Like, we have all these people who create videos and memes and all this stuff. They should just create a 20-minute long Biden versus Biden debate. And it should be Biden from 1984 to Biden of 2023, Biden of 2019, Biden of 2022. And you'd have a very different sounding character. Yep. And that's what he is. He's just a character. Everything about him is fake.
Exponentially.
From his skin, to his hair, to his teeth, to his personality, to his brain. It's all fake. He's a complete stooge. And we all know that he's not running the show. So, like, it drives me even more crazy, the fact that they sold us on the idea that this senile man got 80 million votes or however many they're saying that he got. I will never believe it. I will never, ever believe that, and we have got to get him out of office. Yep. And now you're starting to see the process of their own eating him up. But I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's going anywhere.
Yep, I agree. All right, got about a minute left, Nate. Sorry to only give a minute to this topic, but, the Colorado Supreme Court taking Trump off the ballot. When we heard about this yesterday, I said from the beginning, this is a nothing burger because the United States Supreme Court is not going to let this ruling stand. I mean, 9-0 will vote. Even Ketanji Jackson Brown. Wait. Well, I'm sorry. It's not Ketanji.
Oh, no.
It's Ketanji Brown Jackson, I think, will also vote in Trump's favor.
Well, let's hope, because if they don't, then we know that we are truly in for something. But this is unbelievable.
And you know what?
Say that.
Go ahead, Nate. I'm sorry. No, finish.
Well, I'm just like, who can ever say that Trump is a threat to democracy, and then literally we have a Supreme Court in a state taking a presidential candidate, leading the rest of the field, including the current president, off the ballot? Like, that is democracy.
So last night on Jesse Waters, he brought up a fascinating notion. Does the left want violence? Is that what they want? Because this could lead to violence. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying it could happen.
I believe that they do want violence. I think that they've wanted violence for a long time, and I think that's why you see how swiftly they acted and tried to instigate things on January 6th. But by and large, people from our ideology, violence isn't necessarily what we resort to. I know that that's a far cry from, like, say, what the leftists do and the communists that go burn down cities because of, police and all this racial stuff. But, I don't think by and large law-abiding citizens go create a whole bunch of violence or crimes. And so they're kind of caught in this predicament. It's like, well, we need all these FBI undercover informants to go stir it up. And then you see what they do when they actually get a few people to walk inside the Capitol building. They say it's worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11. Yeah. So that's what we're up against. So I would suggest to everybody to stay calm, but also stay vigilant.
Right,
keep your powder dry.
Nate Lucas, NateLucas.com. Thank you, baby. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Nate.
See you, Nate. We'll talk to you next week.
Nate Lucas.
See you guys.
Yep. Nate. Trying to think of other famous Nates. Nate. I can't think of it anyway. But he needs some sort of
Nate the Great.
No, something more. Nate the Snake. Nate the. I don't know. We'll come up with one. That has to be approved by him, of course.
Well, sure.
All right, coming up next, Porcelli's Deli, about a saxophone player that played on maybe the biggest #1 hit of the year 1971. That's next on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Welcome home.
Watch us on our live stream using Rumble, Facebook, and Twitter. You're listening to The Vic Porcelli Show.
True international effort to pressure.
End of quote. Repeat the line.
True international effort to pressure.
Exponentially. I want to be clear.
On Newstalk STL.
Hey guys, Ken Kruger. I've gotten to know these guys really well over the last few years. Yes, St. Louis Bath and Renovation. They're the most trusted name in bathroom remodelers in the St. Louis area. In fact, if you need bathroom repairs, complete bathroom remodeling, or handyman services, call St. Louis Bath and Renovation at 314-477-6476 or email Rob at stlbr.com. That's St. Louis Bath and Renovation.
The Freedom Principle and News Talk STL invite you to a special St. Louis City Town Hall on Friday, January 12th at the Immaculate Heart of Mary Church. Join moderator Tim Jones and expert panelists for a crucial discussion, Building a Better, Safer St. Louis City. Learn what legislators are doing in Jefferson City to protect and build a safer community for all citizens. The St. Louis City Town Hall is free and open to the public. Visit freedomprinciplemo.org for more information.
Hey, Columbo here with a great holiday offer from the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Just mention the Columbo special when you book a cleaning in the month of December, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $50 off your air duct cleaning. We trust Zero Res because they are simply the best when it comes to cleaning any surface in your home. And just remember to mention the Columbo special when you call 314-474-2020 or book online anytime at ZeroResSTL.com.
Are you a natural leader driven by the desire to make a lasting impact? Is your deepest calling to be an elected official making a real difference? Now, picture yourself with the power to shape the future in St. Louis City. St. Louis needs your leadership now more than ever. The urgency is real. The Republican Party, City of St. Louis can help you file, be your guiding force, and support you during the campaign. Contact stlouisrepublicans.com and step into your destiny.
Paid for by St. Louis City Republican PAC, Curtis Farber, Treasurer.
When you help create a Make-A-Wish experience for children with critical illnesses, you create a turning point in their treatment and recovery. And suddenly, the joy of childhood that they've lost is within reach. Right now, there are over 600 children in our region alone who are waiting for their heartfelt wish to come true. Give the gift of hope and joy this season by texting the word WISH to 243725. That's WISH, 243725.
Tim Jones and Chris Arps in the afternoon.
It's Thursday at 4:25. We speak all things defense with Dakota Wood of the Heritage Foundation. And at 5:25, West Virginia State Delegate Sean Flaherty on gaming.
Tim Jones and Chris Arps. Weekdays at 4 on Newstalk STL. Welcome to Porcelli'S Deli.
Yes, very good. I'll have a Bloody Mary and a steak sandwich and a steak sandwich, please.
Over here.
Ketchup. Where's the ketchup at? I bet the Chinese food here is terrible.
With Vic Porcelli.
He's a very strange young man.
He's an idiot.
Porcelli'S Deli is moved to 1019 and 94.1 Newstalk STL. Come on in. We're open. Have a seat. Vic will tell you a story.
Hi there. Come on in. We'll get you coffee in just a sec. All right, I want to say something before we even get into the story here. In that intro that we play there,
yeah,
one of the voices you hear is Silvio Dante from The Sopranos when he goes, "Gabagool, over here."
Yeah.
Remember we taught everybody how to speak Napolitan, Jersey Napolitan?
Sure.
So I put up a picture because my wife made sausage and peppers the other night. God, it was so good. And then I was sad because it was all gone. But I put it up. I said, "Oh, my God, Jessica made sausage and peppers." And then somebody put in the chat box, I think a St. Louisan who lives here said, "Did she use Matanan?" I got through.
Yes, you did.
Fantastic. All right. So I've teased this all morning with the saxophone player that plays on one of the biggest #1 hits of 1971, and that guy's name is Bobby Keys.
Yeah.
You know what I've always said about him? He's from Texas. He's from Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah.
How did he get mixed up with these crazy British rock and rollers? Right?
Not only that, but traditionally, Texas isn't known for being a blues or saxophone type of area. He may have done it by accident. He may have fallen into it, you know?
Well, there is a story, but I just was, he's so American. And the Stones are so British.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true.
And I don't know how they, well, here's how they got, hooked up together. First of all, he's been playing saxophone his whole life. So he was 15 years old. and he met the Rolling Stones at the San Antonio Teen Fair because the Stones played at this fair, and Bobby Keys was one of the opening acts of the band. That's how they met.
That's fate.
And Mick and Keith were like, man, you play a mean saxophone. So he didn't join right away, and then somehow Bobby and Mick Jagger became good friends. Bobby Keys was actually Mick Jagger's best man at his wedding.
Wow.
At his first wedding to whatever that lady's name was. So he's been playing saxophone his whole life. He starts recording with the Rolling Stones. And honestly, can I just a quick resume of some of the people that he's played with?
Yeah.
Rolling Stones, as I mentioned, Leonard Skinner, Harry Nilsson, Delaney and Bonnie, George Harrison, John Lennon, Eric Clapton, and Joe Cocker. Oh my God. Are you familiar with the Joe Cocker Mad Dogs and Englishmen?
Yeah.
It was an album that my Aunt Doris gave me. My Aunt Doris worked for Ampex Records. And, like, you know when you just buy, like, a blank cassette and you record on it?
Yeah.
And it was a Memorex in one of those companies? That's what Ampex did, Ampex Records and Tapes.
Yeah.
But they wanted to be a record label, have artists on their label. And they never made it. You know why? They turned down Barry Manilow.
Oh, my goodness.
Right? But anyway, so Aunt Doris used to I had more for DJ only, not for sale, DJ only records at home with those stickers on them from her.
With a little hole punched through certain parts of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she gave me Mad Dogs and Englishmen. My Aunt Doris, my father's sister, gave me my Mad Dogs and Englishmen album. And I was doing my YouTube thing like I always do. It's just fun to do. I really recommend you do it. You hit the reset, reload, whatever that's called, and all these different videos will come up. And a song from The Letter came up with Joe Cocker's version of The Letter.
Oh, okay.
My baby just wrote me a letter. And the camera goes right on. I was like, oh, my God, Bobby Keys. Forgot he played on Mad Dogs and Englishmen. So he's played on some pretty darn big albums and records and some big bands for sure. So in 2014, Bobby Keys died. First of all, Bobby Keys and Keith Richards have the same birthday, December 18th.
Wow.
Yep. And he died on December 2nd, 2014. I'm going through Facebook, and I said, oh, God, Bobby Keys died. And there's Keith Richards put up a post that was a handwritten thing to say goodbye to Bobby Keys. It was really it was touching. It got to me,
Yeah.
And there's there are groups, some groups that have all different topics that you can go on and look. There's a Sopranos group, right? There's a Breaking Bad group on Facebook where you can just post things and watch things. And there's a Rolling Stones one. And everybody was commenting about Bobby Keys. This was back in 2014. And I brought up the 1972 tour. First of all, Ken, the 1972 tour, Rolling Stones, warm-up act, Stevie Wonder.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Oh, my God. So there was a movie called Ladies and Gentlemen, the Rolling Stones. I believe that was the name of the film, concert film. And it was at the 1972 tour. And there's one song that they do. It's from Exile on Main Street. It's called Sweet Virginia. I don't know if you're familiar with the song Sweet Virginia. Well, come on. We played for Virginia Cruder.
Yeah.
Sweet Virginia. Mm-hmm. And then there's a saxophone solo in that. And Bobby Keys was on tour with the Rolling Stones. And the Mick does his line, and then Bobby's going to come on and do his solo. And Mick takes his microphone and pushes it all the way down so it's perfect for Bobby's saxophone. And he plays it right into Mick's saxophone. I thought that was a really cool moment.
Yeah, that is cool.
And I wrote that and put the video of Sweet Virginia on this little group thing for the Rolling Stones, and it got like 300 likes. Like everybody immediately was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was really cool. And then when Bobby's done, Mick picks it up again and starts singing, And I don't know. I just always liked Bobby Keys because obviously I love the Stones, and he played on the Stones records and stuff.
But you like the style.
I do. I love this. Everybody's got a style. I can pick out Keith Richards' guitar in a crowd, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If there's a bunch of guitar players out there, I can pick out Keith because I've been listening to him for so long. Clapton, too. I think I'm pretty good at picking out Clapton. But Bobby Keys had that sound, and, the saxophone in Sweet Virginia. Sweet Virginia is not a fast song at all, but somehow Bobby came in there and just made it his own, I guess we can say. So we lost Bobby Keys in 2014. It was December the 2nd, and it moved me. And when I think of the things he played with, right, he was actually touring right up until his death, by the way. He was on the road in 2014, earlier in the year, and then died later in the year. Can I run through some of the people he played with again?
Oh, yeah.
Rolling Stones, Leonard Skinner, Henry Nilsson, DELI and Bonnie and Friends, which some of those friends were Eric Clapton and, the Derek and the Dominoes folks.
I was going to ask you how he may have had conversations to get to know the other people.
Yeah. Well, he played with DELI and Bonnie, and then suddenly he's playing with Clapton, and Clapton loved to play with George Harrison, right? I believe John Lennon and George Harrison were in the band together. I can't remember the name of that band. And
but what about Leonard Skinner? How did he get involved, do you think, with them?
Well, they're Southern boys.
They're Southern.
He's a Southern boy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that Bobby Keys, once he started to play with these people, didn't get a literal knock on the door from Ronnie Van Zant and say, hey, you want to come play some songs with us, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Probably neighbors.
At that point.
I'm just speculating.
Sure.
I don't know. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen, that's actually the biggest enigma out of all of them, And it had to just be, hey, Mick, can I get the number of your saxophone player there so we can go out and... Have you ever watched the Mad Dogs and Englishmen videos?
I have a while ago.
God.
It's been a while.
I mean, Joe Cocker, nothing but animation.
Oh, yeah.
Stage, right?
He contorts and...
But Leon Russell is the exact opposite. On this video, The Letter, Leon looks like bored. Because he was the musical director for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Leon Russell.
But he was probably sitting there while playing, looking at everybody else, making sure they were playing correctly.
Ken, absolutely. No doubt. No doubt. But it's so funny how Leon is so calm and Joe's so frenetic.
Oh,
Joe
yeah.
Cocker's so frenetic.
Yeah.
And they played at the Fillmore East back in 1970. Not that I went. I was only a youngster at the time. So anyway, I just wanted to do a little tribute to Bobby Keys, and I've teased you all day that his saxophone is on probably one of the biggest #1 hits from 1971, and that song was Brown Sugar by the Rolling Stones. This was the one that really put him on the map, So when you're talking about how did he get mixed up with some of these other people, Leonard Skinner and Joe Cocker, all you do is listen to this song, honestly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So Bobby Keys, same birthday as Keith Richards, died in December on the 2nd in 2014. And rest in peace, my man, Bobby Keys. Do some of the stuff you do, and then if you can keep it up for his solo, can you do that?
Oh, yeah.
It's in the middle there somewhere, though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, do what you got to do.
Like and subscribe to us on Rumble. News Talk STL.
Is there more of it? Is it all you got to
You're listening to the Vic Porcelli Show.
Is that it?
Read the polls, Jack.
Any more?
Another verse. Damn it. So just a little more inside baseball about this show. So I say to Ken, so do the stuff you're going to do. And he doesn't do anything. I'm like, why is he doing it? Because he had to wait for the tempo to change, or he had to wait for, what we call the post, right?
On News Talk STL.
Had to be just at the right time. How dare I try to make him do it not at the right time? And I swear to God, that saxophone solo is coming up here, and I believe it's going to be right after this. It's like a young girl should. Oh, come on. I'm sorry. I should have prepared this much better.
Here it is.
It's great, right?
Oh.
How do you do that, Ken? How do you do that little thing he's doing?
A little trill down below, man.
God almighty. Bobby Keys, ladies and gentlemen, on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Welcome home.
His new choice for conservative talk.
Thank you for the opportunity to let me vent here.
Live and local.
Way to be, guys. 101.9 all the way.
This is News Talk STL.
I am home.
If you're considering an annuity as part of your retirement plan, we need to talk. Hi, I'm Bob Stockdale, Senior Vice President Investments with the ClearPath Wealth Management Group at Stifel and host of On the Money Saturday mornings at 9 on NewstalkSTL 1019. Annuities can be a useful tool for some retirement investors, but not all annuities are created equal. Every week, we meet clients who own complex annuities that don't suit their needs and, in some cases, actively undermine their retirement plan. Before you purchase an annuity, get a second opinion from the ClearPath Wealth Management Group at Stifel. Requesting a consultation is free of charge. To request a free consultation, contact us at clearpathinvesting.com. That's clearpathinvesting.com, or call us at 636-695-2650. That's clearpathinvesting.com or 636-695-2650. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member NYSE and SIPC.
Stand and Fight with Nick Schroer.
Hey everyone, this is Nick Schroer from Stand and Fight every Sunday 8 to 10 p.m. If you need tree removal, storm damage, repairs to trees, tree trimming, pruning, if your bushes are out of control, call River City Tree Service. Free quotes right now, 314-270-8071, 314-270-8071. Professional tree services performed by ISA certified arborists. Request your free quote at rivercitytreeservice.com.
Getting a new floor for your home can be intimidating and a little scary, but that's not the case when you go to Michael's Flooring Outlet. Katie here, and my mom and dad used Michael's, and they had a great experience. They've been a locally owned and operated family business for more than 30 years. You want variety? Michael's has carpet, hardwood, laminate, ceramic tile, luxury vinyl, natural stone, and many other options. Shop in-store at one of their 3 locations in Creve Coeur, Dardine Prairie, or St. Peters. Check out everything that Michael's has to offer at igotfloored.com.
Get charged up on the truth. Power Punch with Larry Behrens.
Everyone's talking about the $6 billion Joe Biden sent to Iran just about a month ago. As well they should be. But did you know he has opened up the money flow to Tehran for well over a year? He doesn't want to talk about it, but we will.
Power Punch with Larry Behrens. Saturday afternoons at 4 on News Talk STL.
Get more Power Punch at powerthefuture.com.
News commentary.
Colorado upends democracy under the guise of upholding democracy. Will Donald Trump really be off the ballot? I'm Tommy Lahren. More next.
A human catastrophe is closing in. Nobody knows how far this one is going to go. You can feel the heat as tension is rising globally. War is expensive. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today, and you can claim a free 3-ounce silver American Virtue coin. Just use the promo code GOLD. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com now.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Decided that partisan judges are able to save democracy by denying and forbidding the will of the people to vote for who they choose. 4 activist judges took it upon themselves to be your voice and your vote in Colorado, citing the 14th Amendment and alleging Trump incited an insurrection on January 6th. Peacefully and patriotically let your voices be heard is not incitement to insurrection, and they know this, and the courts know this, and it'll, God willing, be overturned by the Supreme Court. But they don't care. They just want to stir up more drama around Donald Trump, because they can't win with candidate Joe in a fair fight, so this is what they do, and all from the party that claims democracy is on the ballot. If we're going to take someone off the ballot, it should be Joe Biden for allowing millions of illegals to invade our nation. If you ask me, that right there is treason. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
Talk lines are open now at 314-912-1019. You're listening to the Vic Porcelli Show.
Tough and smart, and I love Italian, so, he's definitely Italian.
Made in St. Louis for St. Louis. It's News Talk STL.
It's a disaster. It's not even believable what's happened to our country in a period of 3 years. Powered by the momentum of our historic victory by Christmas of next year. That's a couple of months later. By Christmas of next year, the economy will be roaring back, energy prices will be plummeting, the hordes of people charging across our border will have totally ended, the invasion will have stopped. And I heard somebody today say, one of these genius analysts, the stock market's good, the rich get richer, but the stock market's good because they think Trump is going to win the election. And I believe that's true.
It's all about futures,
and whatever
right?
good they have right now is the fumes of what we left them. It's coming off the fumes of what we've left them.
That is President Donald John Trump speaking in Iowa. And you know what? He's a little bit ahead of himself there. He said December of next year he won't quite be president. He's got to get sworn in January.
Yeah.
But we get what he was saying.
Right.
Economy will be roaring back. The border will be shut down. All we got to do is elect him, you know?
That's it.
If there was only an organization or something that can, oh, my goodness, the RNC, Republican National Committee. And joining us is Madison Gesiotto. Gilbert, Madison, thanks for being with us. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, doing good. Good to have you on. During the 2022 midterms, Madison, we spoke to people at the RNC maybe every couple of weeks, maybe once a month, but it was a lot of people. Tommy Pigott and Gates McGavick and Emma Vaughn and a whole bunch of people. And now we suddenly nobody wants to talk to us anymore. So we appreciate your bravery to coming in and talking to us. So thanks.
Well, I would never not join a fellow Italian, so I'm happy to be here.
There you go.
Fantastic. Oh, so I got it now. So Gesiotto is your maiden name, right?
Correct, yeah.
You married a Medigan named Gilbert, right?
That's right.
That's okay. I'm sure you're the one who does the cooking and not him. God, I hope so.
Of course.
Okay, good. All right, so
Actually, that's what I'm getting ready to go do after this. You know, Christmas is coming. Everyone's coming over. We're preparing for the weekend.
Yep.
Big Christmas party coming up.
Got to make the marinade. Got to make the marinade sauce. Okay, so listen, we got some serious stuff to talk about too, okay? During those 2022 midterms, Ken and I pleaded with everyone from the RNC that we talked to say, please watch for the cheating, okay? In 2022, any Republican who won their election, in my eyes, won by a landslide because they also beat all the cheating by the Democrat Party. What's happening now? What's the conversation in the group Zoom videos on how we're going to combat, just honestly, some shenanigans that go on by the Democrat Party?
Well, there's so much that we're talking about. And I don't know if you know, but I was actually the Republican nominee for Congress in Ohio's 13th congressional district in that 2022 midterm cycle. It was one of the most targeted races in the country, over $15 million spent collectively in the race. Very, very difficult race, and we did not succeed in that race. And so before even joining the RNC, which I did back in August, I was on the advisory board following the 2022 cycle with the chairwoman, with Kellyanne Conway, many others, talking about what are we going to do different for 2024? How are we going to make sure we win, make sure that this doesn't happen again? Obviously, we have an entire election integrity department. They have 8 election integrity directors in 8 different states right now. We're going to staff up with 15 very shortly, and we're talking about those important states: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, all the ones that we're talking about. Right now we have 72 cases of litigation, but it's not the only way that we're trying to hold Democrats accountable. Obviously, a lot of it does have to go to the courts, which as an attorney, I know takes time sometimes. People get a little frustrated waiting to hear those results. But at the same time, with those people that we have in the states that we're staffing up on, they're looking into voter rolls, making sure that we are purging those voter rolls and putting the pressure on the states. They're talking about proper ballot access. They're talking about signatures, stopping Democrats from playing these games they play. Arizona is a good example of that. What we did in Arizona was, if you're not familiar, Patriot Party tried to get on the ballot in Arizona. Democrat Secretary of State rolled out the red carpet to them, didn't let observers in. We immediately conducted investigation. We recognized that they had false signatures, that the Dems were basically trying to take votes away from Republicans, ultimately trying to, potentially screw President Trump. We let them know, hey, we're going to sue if you certify this. They were all in to certify it. Next day, they turn around. Our public pressure campaign worked. They didn't certify it. Patriot Party is not on the ballot as a result of it in Arizona. So we have a lot of things going on behind the scenes that aren't just those lawsuits people are talking about.
Madison, I just wanted to it's going to be kind of wonky for me to say this to you, but just bear with me for a second. We had a lot of issues with like putting things up on windows, for example.
That was in Michigan.
In Michigan. And basically what happened, they got away with it. Okay, that's the bottom line. The bottom line is they got away with it at the time, and this was back, I think, in 2020. Is there something that you can implement for 2024 that if that happens within hours, you'll have people there saying, get it down now?
And Madison, let me before you answer, let me dovetail on your question, Ken, because you mentioned, Madison, that there were investigations, and I think what Ken is trying to say is, were those investigations too late, right?
Yeah, that's all.
Because they were putting boards up on the windows. Oh, there was a water main break in Georgia.
Which
No, there wasn't,
right?
In Arizona, in the midterms, Penske trucks moving in and out of the parking lot of the election office. Nevada, the security cameras, which run 24/7, magically go out on election day. It's that kind of stuff where it's got to be reactionary, I think. But I'm not saying it should be. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? A little reactionary.
It's all about that staff that we're going to have in the states. I think we have to continue to make sure that we have the staff, that we have attorneys on the ground, that you're right, that aren't going to get there in 3 days, that are already there, ready to go. We need to make sure we're filling those positions for poll watchers, poll observers. We encourage people who are interested in taking time on election day or election season, depending on the state, to go to GOP.com and sign up to volunteer. We're trying to help the states fill those positions because that's going to be so important next year. So it's really going to take a village. But our sights are not only on winning, but on making sure that we can secure that vote. The other thing that I think is so critically important that Republicans don't talk about enough is the Bank Your Vote initiative that we started. This is something that coming out of 2022 was big for me. And in my race, it could have potentially changed that race. We really got killed on the early vote because of the stigma Republicans have that we vote on election day, we don't vote early. And I'll be honest, I was one of those people. I got my start 10 years ago in grassroots politics. I've knocked the doors. I've made the phone calls. I've done everything on the other end of things. And I don't like early voting, to be quite honest. I like election day voting. I like paper ballots. I like all of that. But the reality is, as we see with those results from 2022, if we're not playing the same game the Democrats are playing, we will lose. So until those states change the laws, until those states individually can, reverse things, we have to be doing what the Democrats are doing. And so Bank Your Vote is so important. We're encouraging people to bank their vote, to vote on the very first day allowable in their state. If they go to the state-specific website, they'll be able to see, in their state how laws have changed over the past, 10 years. When can you vote early? How can you vote in your state? Do you have ballot harvesting in your state? Because obviously in some states that is legal. In some states it's not. And then what I continue to remind people is this isn't just, vote early, because we said so. No, this is about resources. We know how tight resources in many of these races are. And if you vote on the very first day, we might spend as a national party $5 chasing you to vote. If you wait until election day, we're spending over $30. So we could be targeting so many more independents, so many more voters that are low propensity Republicans. We need to take those resources and start targeting people that may not vote for us otherwise. And it can change. And you see across the country how tight some of the precincts are, how tight some of the states are, how it can even change the electoral college potentially. And that's what we need to make sure that we're picking up every vote we can.
A lot of the chicanery that happened during the midterms were with, flash brand candidates. Carrie Lake in Arizona. I mean, the Dems did every possible thing they could do to make sure somebody who supports Donald Trump didn't win that governor election.
Yeah, you see it all across the country. The Democrats will do anything to defeat us, to defeat conservative candidates. They hate what we stand for, but the reality is that we have to win to save this country.
Yes, we do.
And not only just the presidential, we have to take back the Senate, and we have to expand the House majority. People across the country are really frustrated. I'm talking to Republicans that have just had it with seeing what they're seeing in Washington. Time and time again, Republicans continue to speak out saying, we feel like we've been forgotten just as much as some of those Democrat voters that swung to Trump in 2016. We feel like Washington does nothing for us. We feel like we continue to elect career politicians, and we deserve better. So across the country, we have to do better in these races down ballot. And of course, again, being a grassroots political person myself, I'm looking at all of the state and local races as well. I want to see us win all the way down the ballot because every single vote counts and every single office matters.
So we only have about a minute and a half left. I want to try to squeeze in two things here. We're talking to Madison Gesiotto. I'm going to leave it at that because I love the Italian name, Madison Gesiotto. So one of them being the narratives that come out of not even the left, like Liz Cheney, who's supposed to be a Republican, says if Donald Trump is elected, then we may never have an election ever again. People really buy that? And what's the official RNC response to a ridiculous statement like that?
No, and I think not only myself, I'm not here talking about it all the time, but even the chairwoman's talking so frequently in her interviews about we absolutely have to have unity. If our Republicans do not unite and do better, we will lose. If our Republicans do not unite and do better, they will turn off voters. We talk to voters. We talk to investors in the party all across the country. Some of them love Trump. Some of them aren't the biggest Trump people in the world. But you know what? They recognize that we have to win, and they recognize that if we're not united, we'll only hurt ourselves. I think the biggest problem as Republicans that we've had is that Republicans across the country, a lot of them elected officials, have let perfection become the enemy of good. They're unwilling to work with people. They're unwilling to support people within our own party unless they agree on 100% of things. As you know, you don't agree with your spouse. You don't agree with your parents. You don't agree with your best friend on 100% of things. So we have to come together, and even if you agree with someone on 20% of things, let's welcome them into the party and let's work with them to succeed on those issues. That's how we win. We have to stand behind and support our people, get them across the finish line, just like the Democrats do. They hate each other behind closed doors, but they get their candidates across the finish line. And that's what we have to do a better job of in 24. As a party, that's what we're 100% committed to doing, but we need everybody else to do their part too.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But everything you said also has to be if Donald Trump is the nominee. You know, they have to get behind him 100%. Republicans are not good at circling the wagons like the Democrats are, and we got to learn how to do that. All right. Madison,
That's right.
We're out of time. As quickly, like in 30 seconds, how do people volunteer in other ways if they go to GOP.com than the ones you mentioned?
So, again, go to GOP.com. There's lots of options to volunteer and just staying in touch with what's going on. We'll keep you updated. I also encourage people, again, go to bankyourvote.com, commit to voting early, and use that website as a resource for yourself or to share with others on how you can vote early, when you can request absentee in your state. Some of that opens up as early as the beginning of 2024 in certain states. So I encourage everybody to go to bankyourvote.com and check out your state-specific website as those continue to open up as well.
All right. Madison, Gesiotto, Gilbert, è un piacere parlando con te. Okay, thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk again soon, okay?
Ciao, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
She said, ciao, Merry Christmas. I love it. All right, Ken, real quick chat box. Can we? I know. Oh, thank you very much. All right, so we got through some of the ones before. Matthew says, how can people be so gullible enough to fall for that stuff about the Bidens, right? That they're clean and they're squeaky clean. How?
A lot of media.
Yeah. First day of winter break, kids have already built a fort. One of many, I'm sure. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Awesome.
Did you make a fort with your brothers out of anything?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Bed sheets,
Everything.
box. That's the best.
Sometimes it was pretty dangerous.
Morning, y'all. Andy says, morning, y'all. I take that literally dangerous because you guys are crazy shooting fireworks at each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Definitely think it gives the establishment on both ways to win. Right. Forget the establishment. We need to really start thinking more younger, actually. GOP must look to Representative Young Kim, see how in 2018 they cheated and stole her. Well, guess what? Madison, I think, got cheated too in hers, right?
Yep.
Goat Lady Kib says she wants to hear the Ship song by Pentatonics. We'll see what we can do. Just stay on standard time. DLW said that. Standard time is we want to stay on savings time, not standard time. Savings time is the springtime when we want more light at the end of the day. All right, thank you everybody for being with us. Thanks for having the record player on at night to listen to us this morning.
Make sure you have the record player on at night.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
The Herzog Foundation is the vision of its founder, Stanley Herzog, and it exists to promote and accelerate the development of quality Christ-centered K-12 education.
Hi, this is Daryl Jones, president of the Herzog Foundation. We have an exciting new training opportunity available for public school and Christian school teachers. The Herzog Foundation Institute has partnered with the Bill of Rights Institute to offer 4 training events in 4 Missouri cities this year. These day-long professional development opportunities are best suited for middle and high school civics, government, U.S. history, and social studies teachers. Middle and high school teachers have a unique opportunity to strengthen civic knowledge and values for the next generation. We want to help teachers seize this opportunity.
Visit herzogfoundation.com/events to learn more and register for a Bill of Rights Institute training event near you. HerzogFoundation.com/events. HerzogFoundation.com/events.
Hey, Tony Colombo here for Gutter Pros. When Christine and I bought our new house, we knew the gutters were an issue, and after meeting the Gutter Pros team, we knew that they were right for us. Gutter Pros is your all-in-one gutter service team that offers a variety of affordable solutions, and they even offer free estimates, so there's no cost to you to find out if they are right for your home, just like they were for ours. If you're having a problem with your gutters, contact the Gutter Pros now, because with Gutter Pros, water goes where they tell it to. Call them at 314-656-7195 or visit gutterpros.com.
The Right Mind Show with Todd Showalter.
Hi, it's Todd Showalter from The Right Mind Show, where we put the fun in our dysfunctional world. And there's nothing more dysfunctional than the holidays. Crowded malls, drunk relatives, and of course, the holiday fruitcake, who I refer to as my Uncle Bob. So join me and my buddy Joey B this Saturday, won't you? Hey, it's better than kissing Grandma under the mistletoe.
The Right Mind Show with Todd Showalter. Saturday evenings at 5 on News Talk STL. Brought to you this holiday by LiberalJoke.com. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Belfast, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at NewstalkSTL.com.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Reaction still pouring in after a divided Colorado Supreme Court this week removed former President Trump from the state's primary ballot. Heritage Foundation senior legal fellow Hans Van Spakovsky told the Salem Radio Network it's a bad ruling for all voters.
They're taking away your right to decide whether or not to vote for a candidate for president, and you should have the ability to do that, even if it's to vote against him.
And this marks the first time in history that the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has been used to disqualify a presidential candidate. The ruling expected to be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Holiday travel expected to hit its peak today. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says things are going well for air travelers.
Even during the busiest days of Thanksgiving travel, cancellations stayed below 1%. In fact, so far this year, I don't want to jinx us, but so far, 2023 has seen the lowest cancellation rate in the last 5 years.
The Israel-Hamas conflict getting plenty of attention from one prominent media source.
The war between Israel and Hamas has also been fought on social media, with angry, passionate views traded between both sides. There's also been a constant flow of misinformation in a propaganda war that's seen social media platforms trying to disentangle what's permissible to say from what is not. Human Rights Watch says it's documented more than 1,000 cases that show censorship and constant suppression.
That is BBC's Sebastian Usher. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits rose.
The Labor Department reports jobless claims were up by 2,000 to 205,000 for the week that ended on December 16th. The four-week average of claims fell by 1,500 to 212,000. While the number of claims increased last week, they still remain at historically low levels.
That's Jeremy House. More from townhall.com.
Donald Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, and evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, because physical precious metals are one of the few ways you can maintain control over your own savings. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and you'll see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached. Text the word FAITH to 989898, and you're going to be blessed by taking action right now.
A tiny chair made out of...
From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
Winter officially begins today, but an unseasonably mild weather pattern is locked in all the way through Christmas. We're talking highs from the mid-50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy today, but despite the limited sunshine, we still climb to 59 this afternoon. Watch for a few spotty light showers this evening, chances ramping up toward daybreak Friday. The low only 45. Scattered showers Friday up to 55 for the high. Another round of rain, and this one heavier from late Christmas Eve into Christmas Day. That's your first alert forecast. I'm meteorologist Matt Chambers.
This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Rodney and Jen Wallner and the entire Wallner home selling team at Berkshire Hathaway. Call them today at 314-810-SOLD. 314-810-SOLD.
Hi, it's Mark McCloskey, and I'm proud to represent my friend Mike Lindell and MyPillow here for the Christmas season. You know, my buddy Mike Lindell is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. His My Towels solved a problem that we've all had with towels. You go to the stores, and they feel lotiony and soft. When you get them home, they won't dry you. That's why he made My Towels. They actually work. They're soft and they absorb. And now MyPillow is excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Sherpa cotton. This is a comb ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sales price as low as $29.98. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code ONFIRE, or call 800-645-1392. You get Mike's designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. Just go to MyPillow.com and use promo code ONFIRE. This offer won't last, so please order now.
Is your family prepared for the financial burden of losing a loved one?
Are you aware of the cost of a funeral?
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for lifetime permanent final expense insurance coverage with no medical exam required.
Just answer a few health questions, and once accepted, your rates never increase.
Do you have diabetes? High blood pressure?
Have you had a heart attack? A stroke?
No problem.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial can help protect your legacy.
Call or text 314-866-8886. That's 314-866-8886.
To learn more about permanent lifetime final expense insurance coverage.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for immediate coverage by answering just a few health questions.
Call or text 314-866-8886. Or learn more at memorialplans.com. That's memorialplans.com.
Policies underwritten by Senior Life Insurance Company, not available in all states.
Free speech is alive and well in America.
Thanks for taking my call.
Right here.
My point about the governor there, it is absolutely about power.
I read this, I almost fell out of my chair.
News Talk STL.
This thing is just absolutely dripping with iron.
News, analysis, opinion. News, analysis, opinion. News Talk STL.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
Just relying on the Supreme Court thing to save us with this Colorado tyranny is just, it's so stupid. It really just defies logic. It's hard to believe that sane people are talking about this. Like, oh, yeah, that's our only option, the Supreme Court. Is it? You know, the reason I bring this whole thing up, and obviously we're talking about Trump being disqualified in Colorado by 4 absolute lunatics pretending to be judges on the Colorado Supreme Court, trying to pick who the next president is. I mean, this is insanity. This is such obvious tyranny that the defendant says more about you than it does about me. I mean, you defending it, it's just clear as day. You might as well get the hammer and sickle out. Folks, if the courts were to change tomorrow, I was reading this tweet. It was by Fusilli Spock at AWStar11. And he brings up a good point. The moment the Supreme Court goes 5-4 to the left, there's no longer any recourse against this. The floodgates will be open for all the destructive mischief of the left, and there won't be a thing we can do to stop it. Remember that when you vote. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but dude, you are 100% correct. Us sitting back fecklessly while they try to steal another election and pretending there's nothing we can do and, oh, don't worry, the courts will save us, just incentivizes them to engage in the same lawfare again when the Supreme Court, which will at one point change, changes to 5-4 left. Folks, there's only one way to fight back against this, and it has nothing to do with the courts. It's to do exactly to them what they're doing to us. If they're suggesting that it is a legitimate strategy moving forward in a constitutional republic to use the 14th Amendment to remove your political opponents from a ballot, Yet they're doing it with Trump for no reason. Obviously to not start some insurrection because there wasn't one. And he said march peacefully and patriotically, which we played yesterday probably 50 times. We actually do have a case against Joe Biden. Joe Biden has taken money from enemies of the United States, potentially upwards of millions of dollars. Joe Biden has opened the southern border and refused to enforce the law while actual people on the terror watch list walk in. I mean, there's zero question Joe Biden has provided aid and comfort to enemies. If there was ever an application of the 14th Amendment to disqualify someone from the presidency, it's right now. Jim, I need you to be the ombudsman for this because, I did this on the podcast and it blew up. Podcast, we had over 100,000 people again. It's awesome live streaming. Thank you so much. But I'm not sure I'm not sure I'm explaining this right. The people on our side saying, oh, don't worry about it, the Supreme Court's going to overturn this, are making a huge mistake. They're not wrong. The Supreme Court is highly likely in potentially a 6-3 decision to overturn what happened in Colorado. But one, it's not guaranteed. Number two, it's not even guaranteed they take the case. If they don't take the case and don't stay this thing, then this thing stands and Trump's not on the ballot in Colorado. That's it. What I'm getting at is us relying on the permission of others for the enforcement of basic liberty and freedom, due process, constitutional mechanisms is an absolute fool's errand because we're assuming that this other tool we have, the courts, are always going to be on our side, and they're not. We're inadvertently sanctioning this by pretending this is our only option and only vehicle. It isn't. We have tools right now. No red state should have Joe Biden on the ballot. None. If Colorado, and by the way, this was universally praised by leftists yesterday all over the media. A bunch of hack lawyers, MSNBC people, CNN goons, and others. This is the Constitution at work. Actually, it's not. It's the Soviet Union at work, if you'd really like to know. But this was universally praised. If they're going to suggest this is a viable tactic, then I asked yesterday and I'll ask again today, why aren't we doing the same thing? Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky. We should be removing Joe Biden from the ballot right now. If the Supreme Court does not take this case, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand, this is going to be a street fight with them. That's what they want. Go look at the Transition Integrity Project memo from the 2020 election about a street fight, not a legal one. That's their own words, these lefties. That's what they're looking for. Folks, we have tools right now. We're just not using them. They will stop when you make them stop. They only stopped with this push to pack the Supreme Court when Republicans came out and said, if you pack the Supreme Court, we'll pack it. We'll do double. You add 4 justices, we'll add 8. You ever see that line from, what was it, the Untouchables? The Kevin Costner pick about Capone and Elliot Ness? Sean Connery's in it. You want to beat Capone? They bring a knife, you bring a gun. You send someone to the hospital, you send them to the morgue. I mean, it's probably the most overused line ever for pseudo-tough guys who like throwing it out there. But the strategy there, outside of the actual physical violence, which I roundly condemn, once we get to that point, it's over. You have no country anyway, and I'm not doing street fighting with my daughter. We have a country to save. But political tactics, that's exactly how it works. They want to disqualify Donald Trump in Colorado. 6 or 7 states today should move to disqualify him in red states. Maybe they'll learn their lesson. Then if the Supreme Court doesn't get involved, great. We lost Colorado. They lost Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee. Oh, the courts will save us. You're relying on the courts like the courts haven't been corrupted too. Folks, we've got power. Now, if you were chatting with me in the podcast earlier, I gave a little homework to people before the show. I said, I need you all to read the 20th Amendment to the Constitution, Section 3. Why? Because I read a piece in the Wall Street Journal last night that blew my mind. Folks, we have tools right now to fix this thing. I'm going to let that stew for a second because I want you to check the 20th Amendment out because there's an article up there that just tore me up. I mean, in a good way. That even if Trump was disqualified in every state, you know there's still a vehicle to get him in office. And by the way, if you think it sounds crazy, it's no crazier than using the 14th Amendment trying to disqualify a former president and the leading Republican candidate from the ballot. I don't want to hear about crazy. The left did crazy a long time ago. I'm going to get to that in a second, but here's what happened yesterday. So there's three ways for Joe Biden to handle this situation. There's the responsible way, there's the cowardly but milquetoast way, and then there's the tyrannical worst way possible. When I say situation, I mean the tearing of an opponent's name off a ballot that he's actually running against. The best way to handle it would be for Joe Biden to say something to the effect of, and I addressed this yesterday, but it's important I address it again, it'll make sense now, would be to say something like, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is ridiculous. You know, the voters should get to pick who the next president is. I'm confident in my record, and I should be able to run against Donald Trump in a fair fight. You know what's crazy? I guarantee you Biden's approval rating go up like 3-4 points. But Biden's incapable of doing that because he's a man of no human dignity at all. He's a shower-taking, kid-sniffing, woman-feeling, hair-sniffing, plagiarizing, sociopathic, bribe-taking liar. So why would Joe Biden ever do the right thing? The second not great option, but not horrendous option, is for Joe Biden to just not comment, not say anything, and say, listen, I'm the head of the executive branch of government, which is currently prosecuting Donald Trump. I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment. The worst way possible, which is what Joe Biden always does, because he's disgusting. He's a garbage person with zero human dignity at all. Zero. His family doesn't pay their taxes. One of them's got drug issues, taking bribe money. It's just who this guy is. He's just a degenerate and always has been. He's just a liar. He lies about everything.
Not
the worst way possible. Oh, I know, Joe. The worst way possible is as the head of the executive branch that's prosecuting Donald Trump on these fake charges would be to comment on the case and predetermine the outcome in a constitutional republic where everyone's entitled to innocence until proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What option did Joe Biden take? Of course, he took the third one, but not after claiming he was going to make no comment on it. Jim, play for me. Come on. Here's Biden like, we're not going to comment on that. Check this out.
Mr. President, your reaction to the Colorado ruling on Trump at the ballot? I'm not going to comment on it. Court case. That's up to the court. That's all I have to say.
So, of course, because the kid sniffer, shower-taking, bribe-taking loser can't control himself or his urinary tract or probably his bowels either, he had to make a comment because he's a degenerate loser, and he always has been. Just ask people who know him. So he walks over to the cameras, and here he goes and does the worst possible thing. He's prosecuting his political opponent on a fake charge using a surrogate in Jack Smith, who has not yet charged him with any insurrection, but who may, and the outcome apparently is already predetermined because Jack Smith's boss, Joe Biden, has already said Donald Trump is guilty, and it's, quote, self-evident. Take a listen.
Is Trump an insurrectionist, sir?
Well, I think certainly it's self-evident. You saw it all. Now, whether the 14th Amendment applies, we'll let the court make that decision. But he certainly supported an insurrection. And no question about it. None. Zero. And he seems to be doubling down on about everything. Anyway.
Now, Jim, I don't know about you, but I've read once or twice The Consternation. The Constellation. Constitution. I always, I took a history class once, like 8th grade or so. It's hard for me to recall the Constitution. Jim's like, he's holding up a note right now. That's right, I did. Oh, I forgot that. Yeah, the whole Secret Service thing and protecting the family. Totally forgot. I'm not like that leftist where I took the oath on like a kiddie porn book. Or actually, so weird. You raise your right hand and do that. In the Constitution that Joe Biden swore to protect and defend, there is a presumption of innocence until you're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The head of the executive branch, who is actually at this moment prosecuting Donald Trump on a fake charge, has already declared the outcome of the case to be self-evident, and no one in the media finds this even a little bit odd because they love it, because they're scum. They're communists that absolutely love every single freaking second of this. And you're suggesting to me we should rely on the courts? Nah, forget the courts. We have power too. Pull him from the ballot. I got a couple people commenting here on Facebook. Montana, Indiana, South Dakota, North Dakota. Get Joe Biden off the ballot, every one of these states. Folks, it's the only way. You think they're going to stop? Oh, look what happened yesterday. The California Lieutenant General, who doesn't even know the constitutional requirements to be the President of the United States, in a laughable letter, sent out a letter yesterday during our show suggesting they're moving forward with pulling Trump off the ballot in the largest state. Almost nobody on the left cared at all. They're like, this is great. And then right before I came on the air today, as I says, the New York Post announced that, oh yes, they are going to be moving forward right now in New York with an effort to pull Donald Trump off the ballot there too. And you're waiting for the courts? Courts going to save you? These people aren't going to learn a damn thing from the courts. You know what they're going to learn, the left and these little communists? They're going to learn, well, now we better take back the courts so that we can move forward with this lawfare unimpeded. You know when they'll learn? When we pull Joe Biden off the ballot in every red state out there. Then they'll learn. Then they'll say, guys, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. We started it. Oh, I got more ahead, folks. The Lieutenant Governor of California, proving my point about useful idiots, doesn't even know the requirements to be the president and put it down in writing, this idiot. We'll be right back.
Bongino.
What happens when an abortion-minded woman hears her baby's heartbeat on an ultrasound? Here's how a nurse describes the power of ultrasound.
When she saw the picture of her baby on ultrasound and saw that beating heart, it was a defining moment that just broke her. And she said, I just can't allow this baby to be killed, for her own words.
By letting a mother hear her baby's heartbeat and see her baby in the womb, she will choose life the majority of the time.
I cannot tell you how many times a baby's life is saved through ultrasound. It's just an incredible tool.
Preborn centers are one of the largest providers of free ultrasounds in the country. One ultrasound is just $28, or 5 ultrasounds are $140, and now through a match, your tax-deductible gift is doubled. Would you join me, Dan Bongino, and Preborn in rescuing babies? To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby, or donate securely at preborn.com/Bongino. That's preborn.com/Bongino.
Dan Bongino.
Like any good conservative, we have our principles and our values.
If you find yourself feeling out of place in the world,
I don't even know how conservatives can even take their head out of the ground long enough to complain about anything.
You're trying to call us conservatives Nazis.
I think they ought to be ashamed.
it's comforting to know conservative values haven't been abandoned everywhere.
All we want is freedom and liberties and less government.
I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an American.
Welcome home.
Because everyone gets a voice.
This is News Talk STL.
News and information.
Welcome home.
It's been a very busy year for Wellington Environmental. Tom and his staff had traveled all over making sure that minor issues don't become major disasters. Then there are the times Wellington is called in for emergencies, but nothing Wellington hasn't seen before. They have certified inspectors, chemists, scientists, environmental planners, and that's just some of their expertise. That is why the St. Louis Business Journal gave Wellington such a high ranking. So what will 2024 bring? No one knows, but if you take time to visit the Wellington Environmental Facebook, you're going to see things that might explain health issues at your home or business, affecting you, your family, clients. Wellington Environmental Facebook. Tom Wellington and the entire staff wish you a blessed 2024. Your world, cleaner, better, safer. So, as always, be well with Wellington.
NewstalkSTL is proud to have Doug Voss of Safe Money Radio as part of our lineup each week. Doug has been a staple on St. Louis radio for many years as one of the leading financial experts in the area. Doug and Safe Money Radio is on 3 times every weekend, but in case you miss anything, you can check it all out at DougVossSafeMoneyRadio.com or call 844-676-SAFE. That's 844-676-7233. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through DHL Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Hey, Tim Jones here for Rockwood Charcoal. If you love to grill as much as I do, I'm sure you prefer using charcoal over gas. Ever since I met Jonathan Heslop and he introduced me to his product, Rockwood Lump Charcoal, we're not using anything else. Rockwood's made from 100% pure Missouri oak and hickory and can be found in stores all across the country. It's the nationally highest consumer-ranked charcoal there is, so you're cooking with the best and supporting local industry and a local business right from my hometown of Eureka. There's over 100 area Rockwood retailers. Find yours at rockwoodcharcoal.com.
When you've got something to say, be heard loud and clear.
If they'll just do what they were voted in to do.
This party needs to get a backbone. They need to get some spine.
Join the conversation. St. Louis's place to talk.
The Democrats and the Republicans can give us all the lip service they want, but what they need to do is take action today.
101.9 and 94.1.
You have to take a stand sometimes.
This is News Talk STL. News, analysis, and opinion. News, analysis, opinion. News Talk STL.
While stockpiling silver in your home safe, it's Birch Gold Group's most popular special of the year now through December 22nd. For every $5,000 you spend with Birch Gold, they'll send you a 1-ounce silver eagle coin for free. Text Bongino, my last name, to 989898 to claim your eligibility now. You can purchase gold and silver and have it shipped directly to your home or have Birch Gold's precious metals specialists help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold for no money out of pocket. And they'll send you free silver for every $5,000 you purchase. Keep it for yourself or give something with real value as a stocking stuffer this year. Just text the keyword Bongino, Bongino, to 989898 to claim your eligibility. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers, me included, now's the best time to buy gold from Birch Gold. Text Bongino to 989898. Claim your eligibility for free silver on qualifying purchases before December 22nd. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Message and data rates apply.
4 out of 5 Democrats secretly listen and learn something. The Dan Bongino Show.
You know, I say it all the time because I mean it. I hate when people cite their educational bona fides because if you're, oh, I got a master's degree, you usually sound like an idiot when you say that. But when I did spend some time in school, there were just a couple of things, I learned. And I'll never forget this study of learned helplessness, how they used to do sick experiments, by the way, back in the 50s and 60s before the, APA and others started instituting ethics rules. And one of them was they would shock dogs and animals and put them on shock plates, and then they'd chain them so they couldn't get away. Yeah, it sounds sick. It's crazy. But dogs will actually learn to be helpless. They'll just sit there and accept the shock if you chain them so they can't get away after a while. It's got a name. You can look it up. It's called learned helplessness. It's almost like the GOP over the years has learned to be helpless too. They act like they have no power to get away, like they're being chained to some shock pad and they have to continue to get shocked. But the weirdest thing is some later research on learned helplessness showed that a dog that learns to be helpless, like to the point where it won't even try to get off the shock pad, even if you take the chain off it, that's where we are now. Some later research indicated that if you actually show the dog the way out, they'll actually learn to take advantage over that situation and get off the shock pad. The thing is, like, the GOP, we're telling them what to do. They have now told you, the left, what is acceptable. Kicking people off a ballot in a tyrannical third world type fashion using the courts and using the 14th Amendment. And the GOP sitting on the shock pad, they're not chained there at all, and they're just taking the shock. When the door is right in front of them to stop it. You want to stop this, kick Biden off the ballot. And matter of fact, while you're at it, disqualify Kamala Harris too. Well, we can't do that. Why? They just did it. You want to play this game, we can play it too. I got an audio cut coming up after the break Jim just pulled by the absolutely dreadfully stupid Marie Harf. And you'll see what I mean, why the courts are not a fix for any of this. They're just going to make excuses if they lose at the courts. Worrying about those upcoming credit card bills? Well, there's no better time than now to wipe out that debt and set yourself up for a strong 2024. Interest rates have fallen, and my friends at American Financing can help you access that equity in your home at a fixed interest rate of 5.99%. You heard that right, 5.99%. That's a much lower rate than the average 25% credit card rate. Think about how much you can save every month. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $700 a month. That's like an $8,000 raise to start the new year. They're closing in as fast as 10 days and even delaying 2 mortgage payments. Call today. Remember, with American Financing, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. 888-994-7660. The number is 888-994-7660. 888-994-7660.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR rates in the 5 start at 7.081%. Call 1-888-994-7660 for details about credit costs and terms.
Dan Bongino.
In today's trouble.
With SRN News, I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Reaction continues to pour in after a divided Colorado Supreme Court this week removed former President Donald Trump from the state's primary and general election ballots, citing his connection with the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. The ruling will be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. It is worth noting the former president has neither been charged, let alone convicted of insurrection. Holiday travel expected to hit its peak today. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says things are going smoothly at airports around the country. Airlines are confident they can handle the crowds, but it could come down to the weather in some parts of the country. The Auto Club AAA forecasts some 115 million people in the U.S. will go 50 miles or farther from home between Saturday and New Year's Day this year. On Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 95 points. This is SRN News.
Donald Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, and evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, because physical precious metals are one of the few ways you can maintain control over your own savings. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and you'll see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached. Text the word FAITH to 989898 and you're going to be blessed by taking action right now.
If you find yourself feeling out of place in the world, it's comforting to know conservative values haven't been abandoned everywhere.
Thanks for being my voice in all this.
This is News Talk STL.
There are people out there that feel the way that I feel and say what I say.
Welcome home.
Hey, Colombo here with a great holiday offer from the cleaning pros at Zero Res. Just mention the Colombo special when you book a cleaning in the month of December, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $50 off your air duct cleaning. We trust Zero Res because they are simply the best when it comes to cleaning any surface in your home. And just remember to mention the Colombo special when you call 314-474-2020 or book online anytime at ZeroResSTL.com.
Tim Jones here with Dr. Kim Patton from Comprehensive Integrative Healthcare. Kim, you focus on the treating of neuropathy. What are the signs of neuropathy?
The most common symptoms are numbness, burning, cramping, usually in the hands and feet.
Tell me about the success you're having with your Restore Neuropathy treatment program.
Tim, our program includes 8 distinct steps, offering a unique experience from other treatments. No surgery, no addictive medications, and we are seeing a success rate of 95%.
Kim, that is incredible. How can people learn more?
Visit us online at CIH.health. That's CIH.health.
When you help create a Make-A-Wish experience for children like me, you create a turning point in our treatment and recovery. And suddenly, the joy of childhood that we've lost within reach. Right now, there are over 600 kids in our region, just like me, who are waiting for their wish. Help us receive a wish by texting the word WISH to 243725. Thank you for transforming lives one wish at a time.
Columbo and Katie.
Thursday, Tony is back with me, and we're going to talk about Trump's lawyers urging the Supreme Court not to rush the presidential immunity challenge. We'll also catch up with Justin Sparks and Dr. Tobler.
Weekdays at 2 on NewstalkSTL. News, analysis, opinion. NewstalkSTL.
Any questions? Call 8444-the-USA to get the answers. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
Thank you for all the feedback. I always appreciate the messages on the Facebook during the break. That was the original name of this, the Facebook. You know, turned to Facebook. They got rid of the. I appreciate it. We got to fight back, man. We got to grow some balls. I mean, that's just the facts. I'm sorry. It's what I titled the podcast today. It's time to grow some nuts. Grow them. What, I don't know what you need. A little CRISPR gene, some chia pet fertilizer. This talk about, oh, don't worry, the courts will save us with the Trump Colorado ballot case. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, they may. I don't even know why we're relying on them. What, whenever they feel like it, they'll take up the case. You know, by the way, there's Sonia Sotomayor, who's an absolute lunatic. You know as well as I do, she's going to find some, no, this is totally legit. Trump is an officer of the United States based on no prior constitutional legal proceeding whatsoever and engaged in an insurrection, although he told people to march peacefully and patriotically. It doesn't matter. The facts don't matter to these people. They're not serious people.
Peacefully and patriotically.
Thank you. We can't play that enough. Meanwhile, you got guys on our side like Gorsuch, who's so regimented and serious about the application of laws that he turned over half the state of Oklahoma, basically to Indian tribes that owned it before. I'm not kidding. You can read the ruling yourself. He's like, no, it was a treaty 100-some years ago, and you can look at the case yourself. It's causing absolute chaos in Oklahoma right now. But our side is like, that's what the law says. The left is like, law, schmaw, we don't give a damn. They don't care. Here's a perfect example. One of the dumbest commentators anywhere in cable news, Marie Harf. I mean, just as stupid as a broken lawnmower. Here she is on Fox News. This is why I'm telling you, forget the court. The left doesn't care about the courts. They're just going to make stuff up. She manages in this 30-second clip to say about 100 things that are totally not true. Wow, and we're just sitting here like, oh, yeah, the courts. This is what you're going to get, even if we win at the courts. Take a listen.
I think President Biden is right not to weigh in on the court cases. The Supreme Court will undoubtedly take this up. It's a pretty right-wing activist court. I think they will rule in Donald Trump's favor. But it is curious to me how Republicans pledge such fidelity to the Constitution, except when it's inconvenient for their candidate, who we all saw with our own eyes, encouraged rioters to attack the Capitol. And to be very clear, Republicans had no problem with the courts deciding an election in 2000.
I don't even know where to start with this moron. They're so stupid. It's like all you've got to do is do 5 minutes of homework. Jim, I tried to write. Jim said he found 4. I think there's 4 things in there that are just so absurd on their face that only Marie Harf would say it on TV and not be embarrassed. You'd be fired if you were a conservative and said stuff so patently obscene and stupid. Number 1, he encouraged the rioters. Jim,
peacefully
again,
and patriotically.
One's for Marie, another one, please. She's too dumb, apparently.
Peacefully and patriotically.
Here, throw one in for Tarloff, too, in case she missed this.
Peacefully and patriotically.
And one more for Sonia Sotomayor, in case it gets in front of her.
Peacefully and patriotically.
I don't know how many times I have to play this. He encouraged a riot by telling people to march peacefully and patriotically. Jim's shaking his head like, when you're a liberal, that makes sense. Because if you're a liberal, you're a dumbass. It's just natural. Right? If you were smart, you wouldn't be a liberal. Liberalism is for dumbasses. Therefore, dumbasses like liberalism. She said again that this is inconvenient for Donald Trump. Inconvenient? Kicking him off the ballot in a major Western state is inconvenient. You know what's inconvenient for Donald Trump? Running out of toilet paper. Inconvenience isn't when a Supreme Court of a major state out west decides you're not allowed to run for president anymore. But you see again how dumbass liberals couch their language in euphemistic talk so that they sound, if you're a moron, you may be buying this. You're like, well, he did encourage a riot. Well, did he really? Did you actually listen to what he said? No, I didn't, but I don't need to. Marie Harf told me. Yeah, it's just a minor inconvenience, running for president, being kicked off a ballot. Then she said that the 2000 election, that we're not consistent because we, Republicans, wanted the Supreme Court to get involved in the 2000 election. Does she even know what happened in the 2000 election? Ladies and gentlemen, the woman is a dip. I guarantee you she has no idea what happened in the 2000 election. It has nothing to do with this case at all. This is a state deciding that the 14th Amendment, which doesn't even mention the president as an office at all, applies to the president, even though it doesn't say it, and then they remove him from the ballot. It bears no relation whatsoever to 2000, when the Democrats, by the way, tried lawfare. It was the Democrats who ran to the courts. The Democrats are just upset they lost. Anyone need a history lesson? Marie? Again, just a dumbass of the highest order. And I wish people who knew better would confront this idiot on the air, because people believe this stuff. The 2000 election in Florida, where George Bush and Al Gore ran against each other. The liberal fairy tale is that the Supreme Court saved Bush from, I don't even like Bush, by the way, saved Bush, who was going to lose Florida. I'm going to ask you a simple question in the audience. Liberals don't know the answer because they're dumbasses. There were a number of recounts in Florida. There's even a movie about it called Recount, done by a bunch of lefties. There's something really interesting. Jim, how many recounts, do you know this, was Al Gore, the Democrat, ahead in Florida? How many of the recounts? That would be 0. You're correct, Jim. That would be 0. That would be 0. The Democrats went to the courts despite never, not a single day, taking the lead in Florida. No. Yes. No. Yeah. Liberals like, what, man? What? I can't help you, you morons. Look it up yourself. It has nothing to do with this case at all. I don't even like George W. Bush. It's not personal. I protected the guy. I just don't like, he destroyed the Republican Party. He did. Medicare Part D, all this nonsense. Expanded the government debt, all this other crap. He never lost a single recount in Florida. You're comparing that to pulling a guy off a ballot in Colorado for an insurrection, a fake insurrection where he told people to march peacefully and patriotically, and no one challenges you? George W. Bush was never behind. The Democrats went to the courts because you know what they wanted to do? The Democrats only wanted recounts in Democrat-leaning counties, folks. That's why. The recounts would have went on forever if the Soviet Union Democrats in Florida were not stopped. They were going to recount until they got the win. Oh, no, we'll recount here. Oh, wait, does it look good for us? There, that's blue. Miami-Dade, that's good. They didn't want to recount other ballots, just their own. The famous line from that election is, the Democrats don't want to count all ballots. They just want to count Gore ballots. Then there was another one in here. My writing's so terrible. I can't even read my own writing. She said so much dumb stuff in there. It's hard. This is what passes for sane commentary on the left. These people are idiots, and you want to go to the courts. Forget the courts. Listen, I love Clarence Thomas. He's probably going to wind up saving us. Oh, yeah, right. There you go. That's it. That's exactly what I was looking at right here. It looks like Antichrist. It actually says extremist because my writing is terrible. I write like a doctor. I wish I thought like one. A right-wing extremist court. What? What's the right-wing extremist court thing? They overturned Roe v. Wade. Yeah, so what? They gave it back to you in the States. And you all are, by the way, you can't have it both ways. Right, Jim? The left's, they're telling us right now, Roe v. Wade was the greatest thing ever, getting overturned. We're winning elections everywhere. Oh, I thought that's what right-wing extremists do? They hand you elections? You can't have it both ways. Either it was the greatest thing ever, or it were right-wing extremists that screwed you over. You can't have both things. These people are crazy, folks. Do not rely on the courts. Email your state legislators, your state senators, your lieutenant governors, and your governors, and get Biden and Harris pulled off the ballot in your states. That's it. That's the battle plan. I got a backup plan, too. It's actually not mine. I read it last night in the Wall Street Journal. And, man, you got to read this piece. By the way, it's hilarious that the California lieutenant governor sent out a letter saying, to qualify to be president, you got to be 40 years old and not an insurrectionist. I brought it up yesterday, but Jim, it's worth repeating. You got your copy of the Consternation over there, whatever it's called, Constitution. U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 1 here, have attained the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States. She could have read that. She could have actually read the Constitution before she sent a letter out embarrassing herself and the entire nation. She didn't even know the requirements to be president. By the way, now New York's moving to pull him from the ballot, too. You still want to wait for the courts? Oh, let's wait for the courts. I love Clarence Thomas. He is, of all the people I adore in politics and the judiciary, he's numero uno. And you're never going to meet a nicer guy. I mean, never. You may meet as nice, but not nicer. I like Alito, too. Gorsuch has his days. Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett, not so sure sometimes. Not personal. Just is what it is. But why are we relying on them? There is a piece in the Wall Street Journal that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to fry your testicles. It is called, If Trump is Disqualified, He Can Still Run. Colorado Supreme Court overlooks the 20th Amendment. It's by John Harrison and Sakrishna Prakash. I read this last night, and folks, listen to me. There is nothing I would like more than to take credit for this idea and go, look, the 20th Amendment, there's a way around this. Like, it's not mine, and only cowards and chumps do that. I read this piece, and I was like, wow, these guys are correct. Folks, here's the issue the Democrats are going to have. The Democrats can kick Trump off the ballot in every big liberal state, but they cannot control the electors. The electors could very well pass 270 electoral college votes to a Trump. I'm just going to throw in, I'm not saying anything in advance. Let's say he picks, he picks Vivek so it's a Trump Vivek ticket. Doesn't matter, just for the point. You'll get my point in a second here. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th Amendment is clear. If there were electors out there who still decide the Trump Vivek ticket is going to be our next president, however we decide to do this, and they propose a number of mechanisms, what these ballot things do and don't do in these decisions, the bottom line is he can absolutely, if he's kicked off every ballot, still become president. Because if you notice, the 20th Amendment has a stipulation in it. It says if the president-elect, so let's say electors pick President Trump and say Vivek's his VP anyway. If the president-elect, this is a direct reading of Section 3 of the 20th Amendment, shall have failed to qualify, then the vice president-elect shall act as president until the president shall have qualified. In other words, electors can still select Donald Trump and say Vivek is the president, even if he's banned. Say the Supreme Court says Donald Trump cannot be president. We agree with Colorado, and every state kicks him off the ballot. There are still mechanisms to get electors to select the Trump-Vivek ticket. Vivek could swear in as president because it says it right here. If the president-elect shall have failed to qualify, the vice president-elect shall act as president. They should act as president. And here's what we do. You want to go like full balls to the wall? We push the Republican Congress. I hope we win, which we would if they pulled this off. We stack the Supreme Court, and the courts, we can't do that. Now you're talking, no, why not? Why not? The Democrats talk about it all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm playing by new rules, man. You want to play with old rules? You play old rules. I'm done. I'm done. I'm balls to the wall now. We stack the Supreme Court with 4 more justices. We overturn that crazy ruling that Trump wasn't qualified. He's now qualified. Donald Trump becomes president. My gosh, Dan, that sounds crazy. We can't do that. That sounds nuts. Really? Does it sound any crazier than kicking a presidential candidate leading in the polls, the general election polls, off the ballot who was a former president? You want to go crazy? Remember Michael Keaton, Batman? You want to get crazy? Let's get crazy. There's my plan. Even if the Supreme Court lets us down, we'll get presidential electors to vote for him anyway. Trump and Vivek will win. Trump will not be qualified because he'll have been disqualified by the Supreme Court. Vivek swears in. Stack the Supreme Court with 4 more justices, or maybe stack them with 20 more justices. Who cares? I mean, at that point, they've gone full balls to the wall. So can we. And we just change the ruling. And Trump swears in. You like apples? How you like them apples? You want to play ball? Let's play ball. I got more on this. I'm not done. I'll be right back.
Bongino.
When you call Consumer Cellular's customer support to discuss our affordable and flexible phone plans, it's like you're calling the Declaration of Independence or a hot dog at a baseball game. Because Consumer Cellular's customer support is based entirely in the United States. And Consumer Cellular's customer support agents are from where you're from, the same small town that you're from. The one that stretches from California to Maine, Minnesota to Corpus Christi, Texas. The one that cares about its neighbors and lights fireworks. Legal ones, in the street. So the next time you want to make a phone call that feels like an American flag waving at an air show at magic hour, give us a call. Even if it's for no reason at all except to exchange barbecue sauce recipes like a couple of Americans. Or make jokes about Canadians. LOL, just kidding. We love Canadians. They're our neighbors. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Dan Bongino.
Make us part of your holiday this year with the NewstalkSTL Family Christmas. We'll share personal stories and play our favorite Christmas songs starting Christmas Eve at 6 and Christmas morning at 6. Brought to you by Great Harvest Bread Company in Maplewood and Super Smokers Barbecue.
Francis Chick Powers.
With an inside story behind a Christmas song.
The news had come out in the First World War. The bloody Red Baron was flying once more.
The Royal Guardsmen had a big hit with Snoopy's Christmas in 1967. The song was written by George David Weiss, Hugo Peretti, and Luigi Creatore, and based on an actual 1914 event. Now, lead singer, Mr. Barry Winslow.
Snoopy's Christmas was our third in a series of Snoopy versus the Red Baron songs on the Laurie record label. All songs were based on Snoopy's character created by American cartoonist Charles Schulz, appearing in the Peanuts comic strip. Snoopy is Charlie Brown's pet beagle. In Snoopy's doggy imagination, he's a fighter pilot who takes on the famous Red Baron, an alias for Baron Manfred von Richthofen, who was an ace German fighter pilot during World War I. In our holiday song, Snoopy and the Red Baron are having an aerial battle on Christmas Eve. Eventually, the Baron forces Snoopy's plane down in enemy territory. Snoopy realizes that his demise is near. Instead, the Baron extends him a Christmas greeting and offers a holiday toast. The Guardsmen were flown up to New York and recorded this song in the late summer of 1967 at the Allegro Sound Studios, located in the basement at 1650 Broadway in Midtown Manhattan. The tape machine in the studio had to be stopped whenever a New York subway train roared through because of the underground noise and the vibrations it caused.
From the Christmas files of the musicalsoundreview.com, I'm Francis Chick Powers.
Tony Colombo here for Cadre Asset Management. A cadre is defined as a small group of people specially trained for a particular purpose or profession, and that is the role that Cadre Asset Management can play in your financial journey. Learn more about how they can help secure your financial future by following Cadre Asset Management on Facebook, or just go to cadreassetmgmt.com.
Cadre Asset Management is a Missouri-based independent advisory firm licensed under and securities and investment advisory services offered through Founders Financial Securities, LLC, a registered investment advisor, member FINRA SIPC.
On the next Larry Connors USA.
The big question is, will the Supreme Court agree with the Colorado State Supreme Court that Trump cannot be on the ballot?
Larry Connors USA. Now weeknights 6 until 8 on NewstalkSTL. News, analysis, opinion. NewstalkSTL.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come.
That was very nice, Jim. Jackie Wilson. He managed to get Jackie Wilson in, who I absolutely love. Listen to that voice. Man, is that a voice. With a little Christmas music, too. Good job, Jim. Very creative. I thought you had forfeited all our elements this week. Look at you, making it happen. Folks, I'm done with the cutesy time stuff. I'm done. I know a couple of my other radio host friends are, too, but there are other shows out there that are like, oh, don't listen to those flamethrowing. Okay, don't just keep getting your balls kicked in. It's fine. Like they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop until you use the same tactics on them. Period. That's it. I'm just giving you a choice. Either fight fire with fire, or you're going to get burned. Simple as that. Folks, let's talk about AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. These are trying times, and everything's expensive. But AMAC can help you and your family discover some savings. You can save from 10 to 65% on cell phones and plans, health and wellness products, prescription drugs, vision, dental, travel and lodging, food and dining, movie tickets, and more. Go to amac.us/Dan. It's a great organization. The savings alone will more than pay for your subscription. With prices on the rise everywhere, AMAC is your family's connection for financial survival. What's more, AMAC offers an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare designed to help you better understand these programs and answer any questions you may have. Join AMAC today at amac.us/Dan. Stand in solidarity with me and over 2 million patriots by joining this great group at amac.us/Dan. That's amac.us/Dan, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Better for you, better for America. Join today at amac.us/Dan.
Dan Bongino.
Here's what I meant by this Wall Street Journal piece. The authors note that here's the problem with the Colorado ruling. The 14th Amendment never declares voters can't select presidential electors, which is what you're doing in an election, who are pledged to vote for non-qualified candidates. So if you had Trump Vivek, say, Trump Vivek ticket electors, you can vote for them. The 14th Amendment disqualifies certain people from holding federal and state office and doesn't explicitly regulate ballot access, nor does it expressly authorize state officials to judge the qualifications of candidates or electors. Folks, I just told you another way out of this. You get Trump Vivek electors. We vote for those specific electors in these states where he's supposedly been banned from the ballot. They select Trump and Vivek, and even if we lose at the Supreme Court, you let Vivek or his VP, whoever it is, Tim Scott and Lee Stefanik, take the oath. We then stack up the courts. We get this thing overturned, and then Trump takes the oath.
Investment advisory services offered through OWLFI LLC, a SEC registered investment advisor. Insurance and education services offered through Serenity Wealth Management.
Are you or someone you know providing or managing care for a loved one today? Did you know there could be more cost-efficient solutions for funding long-term care, even those currently living in a skilled care facility today? Financial strategist and long-term care specialist Chris Cooper of Serenity Wealth Management can show you tax-efficient strategies available to help your family manage care concerns, whether planning for the future or managing care for a loved one today. Solutions exist to provide the financial peace of mind you deserve.
Hi, I'm Chris Cooper, and I'd love to send you a free copy of my new book, A CPA's Guide to Tax-Free Strategies for Long-Term Care. You'll learn about strategies to empower you and your family, protect your savings, and make sure your loved ones get the quality of care they deserve.
Request your free copy of Chris's book by visiting SerenityLTC.com. That's SerenityLTC.com.
Are you looking for an awesome space to have an incredible event this season, this holiday season, or just for any reason whatsoever? Your one-stop shop is View 17. That's VUE17.com, VUE17.com. Ultra-modern media conference and event center. You can have just about any event you can dream up there. It's on the 17th floor in the heart of the county of St. Louis. Check them out today. You will be impressed, and so will your guests. VUE17.com, View17.com.
Sundays at 5 on News Talk STL.
That's what happens if you're a Republican and you're accused of lying to the FBI.
Mark McCloskey on fire.
What does the FBI do? The FBI lies to Congress. The Attorney General lies to Congress. The Director of Homeland Security lies to Congress. And then what happens? Nothing happens.
Mark McCloskey on fire.
Because as we all know now, the FBI, the DOJ have become nothing more than the enforcement arm of the leftist government.
Sundays at 5 on News Talk STL. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at NewstalkSTL.com.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Biden says it's self-evident Donald Trump is an insurrectionist for trying to overturn the 2020 election. White House correspondent Greg Clugston has more.
After the Colorado Supreme Court cited the Constitution's insurrection clause in kicking the former president off the primary ballot, President Biden told reporters that there's no question Trump supported an insurrection. He said the former president seems to be doubling down on it. But Mr. Biden stopped short of commenting on the legal case. Whether the 14th Amendment applies or not, he said, we'll let the court make that decision. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Holiday travel expected to hit its peak today, and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says there could be some bad weather causing delays around Christmas and New Year's this year.
FAA is working closely with airlines to plan for that possibility. We get down-to-the-minute weather predictions from National Weather Service meteorologists and use those to inform exact arrival and departure routes across the busiest parts of the U.S. airspace.
And the airlines say they're confident they can handle the crowds this year. The U.S. says serious negotiations are taking place on a new Gaza truce, although prospects remain uncertain after Hamas's leader reportedly has rejected the idea of another temporary ceasefire. We get more details from the BBC's Yolanda Nell.
We're now told that the UN Security Council will try again to vote today on efforts to increase aid into Gaza after another delay at the request of the US, which is, of course, Israel's closest ally. Already what's happened is language has been watered down over the course of the week, so there's no longer a call for a cessation of hostilities, but instead for steps to be taken towards this, with a suspension of hostilities being asked for in order to allow what's termed safe and unhindered humanitarian access.
This is BBC correspondent Yolanda Nell reporting. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Donald Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, an evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. Because physical precious metals are one of the few ways you can maintain control over your own savings. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and you'll see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached. Text the word FAITH to 989898, and you're going to be blessed by taking action.
This is Larry Connor's commentary on News Talk STL.
My last two commentaries before Christmas are
non-political. Well, I consider them non-political, but in today's environment, somebody will find some way to say Larry's pushing a political agenda using a Christmas story. Okay, you be the judge. Today's commentary deals with Christmas for my two girls. One year, their mother and I purchased pre-made dollhouses with bare walls. We bought the dollhouse furniture, wallpaper, electric lights. And for several nights, late at night, we worked on them in the basement, borrowing the girls from the basement. Their mother did all the wallpapering. I did the electric circuit, as it were. Christmas morning, they come down the stairs, eyes pop open, shrieks of excitement, total joy. That made a very special Christmas memory for them and us. Now, those who know me know that I have a motto. I don't do projects. And yes, that was a project. But that project was certainly worth it. I'm sure many of you have such memories. So there it is. No politics. No politics in that Christmas story. Now wait until you hear tomorrow's Christmas commentary. Be listening.
Get more Larry Connors on Larry Connors USA.
Tonight at 6 on News Talk STL. Tim Jones and Chris Arps in the afternoon.
It's Thursday at 4:25. We speak all things defense with Dakota Wood of the Heritage Foundation. And at 5:25, West Virginia State Delegate Sean Flaherty on gaming.
Tim Jones and Chris Arps. Weekdays at 4 on News Talk STL.
Ackerman Toyota has the 2024 models. You're going to be impressed. Check them out in person at Ackerman Toyota, Hampton and Interstate 44. In fact, you've got to see the 2024 Toyota Sequoia. Very impressive. This is the time to buy and get top dollar for your vehicle. Looking for pre-owned? Ackerman Toyota can also help you. Ackerman Toyota at Hampton and 44. AckermanToyota.com. Ackerman Toyota for life. Vincent's Jewelers carries a full selection of lab-grown diamonds and jewelry containing lab-grown diamonds. Lab-grown diamonds are a great alternative to natural mined diamonds. They have the same physical, chemical characteristics of a traditional diamond. Beauty, durability you want, but at a 70 to 90% discount. See them in person at Vincent's and at VincentsJewelers.com. VincentsJewelers.com. Great news for my sponsor, Napoli Sea. And it's no surprise to me nor hundreds who have dined there. The first time I entered, it was clear Napoli Sea is unique. The decor, the fish, imaginative cocktails, and of course Napoli Sea is right next door to Napoli 3 in St. Charles. Napoli 2 is in Town and Country. The original Cafe Napoli is in Clayton, and I'm honored to endorse each of them. Visit any of the Cafe Napolis.
The news and talk that matters to St. Louis.
For the killing and the murder and the mutilation of Israelis, and they will pay a price.
101.9 and 94.1.
Ultimately, the White House has changed their story multiple times, but there's still more evidence we're trying to get.
News Talk STL. This hour of the Dan Bongino Show brought to you by STL FenceWorks, celebrating 50 years of industry-leading service for fence, deck, and leisure space solutions. Visit STLFenceWorks.com.
And that sounds crazy, that theory. We could still have people vote for electors committed to Trump and his VP, and they could take office, and then Trump could stack the courts. That's crazy. Well, Trump couldn't stack the courts. It'd have to be some, of course, alignment with the legislative branch as well. But, folks, is it any crazier than a bunch of liberal lunatics who sat around and said, hey, guys, I think we can use the 14th Amendment to kick Donald Trump off a ballot for allegedly starting an insurrection? I mean, what's crazier? Folks, we've been together here almost 3 years. Matter of fact, in May, it's going to be 3 years since we lost the greatest broadcaster ever, tragically, and way too early. You know, I always say, I don't want to be here. I'd rather hear Rush. I like being here. I enjoy it. I love my job. But I want to hear Rush. But we don't have Rush. But it's been 3 years. And we've had a good chance to get to know each other. And I think you know I'm a pretty practical guy. I don't fall for conspiracy theories. I don't say dumb things like, don't vote because no, I don't say any of that stuff because it's not, I think it's just stupid. Because I hear the left talk. And whenever you're doing what the enemy wants you to do, you're probably doing the wrong thing. The enemy loves when people say, political enemies love it. When Republicans go, just don't vote. I don't care if you write someone in. You better damn well show up. I'm a pretty practical, reasonable guy. Yeah, you know, the language on the show gets frosty. I get it. But I'm telling you right now, if you're going to pull a presidential candidate leading in all of the polls right now, who stands probably better than a 50, 55% chance of being the next president, off the ballot in a major state like Colorado, and they're now prepping to do it in California and New York, and your best answer is, well, maybe the Supreme Court will save us. That ain't the right answer, bro. That's the wrong answer. I gave you the right answer. You kick Biden and Harris, kick them both off the ballot in every red state you can, and you start prepping the presidential election cycle, because as this Wall Street Journal article clearly indicates, the 14th Amendment disqualifies certain people from holding federal and state office, but does not regulate ballot access. You can still get presidential electors on the ballot in a lot of these states, and we can still get Donald Trump in there. You want to mess around, they can mess around. You know, matter of fact, there's a video about this. Jim, someone showed this to me a while ago, once or twice. We played it once or twice on the show. It's a very elaborate, detailed, almost like Excel spreadsheet-like tutorial on things you probably shouldn't do if you don't want to find out. Now, we had to blank out some of the language because it's very technical, and we just didn't want to confuse the libs. But our great friend Roger Scare, we love Roger. Roger's one of the best. Roger did a tutorial for the Democrats who wanted to around. And I'm suggesting if they're going to around and kick Donald Trump off a ballot, then they should find out. And there's an actual scale there. It's very, very scientific on how much you'll find out when you around at a certain level. I'd say, Jim, they're at about a 10 right now on the around. If you just listen to Roger, definitely a 10. If you just listen to Roger, we could save you so much trouble. Roger, if you would.
I want to find out at a level of 7. Okay, so I find that level on my graph, and I come horizontally to my gradient line. Where it intersects with my gradient line, I'm going to come straight down to where it intersects with my around line. That there is going to tell me how much I have to around to find out what I need to find out. See, as you can see, the more you around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never around, you'll never find out. So I hope this lesson is helpful. Thank you.
Roger, thank you. It's very helpful. I wish the Democrats would heed that lesson. Listen, I got a lot to get to, so it's all kind of related to this. But I want to tell you, and I'm fascinated by game theory. Response, reinforcement will reward, Pavlovian versus operant conditioning. The reason I stayed in school for psychology wasn't because I wanted to become a psychologist. It's because I was fascinated by criminal profiling and why people do what they do. I used to read these books on serial killers, and I couldn't understand. I was like, how could someone actually do that? And I wanted to become an FBI profiler so bad. I read that book, Mindhunter. There's a Netflix series about it that a couple people told me is pretty good. I haven't seen it, but I'm fascinated by why people do what they do. I spent 6 years in college studying it. And you learn a lot. Again, I understand the citing education stuff, and I do mean it, but I learned a lot. And folks, there are people out there. There are people out there who need to learn through that operant conditioning, a response versus a reinforcement. It's the only way they're going to learn is through some kind of aversive stimuli. Think of behavior, right, as a cube. If you want to dissect how liberals are going to react. This is why I think this show's different. I'm not saying better, just different than other shows. I think we can all agree. There are a number of ways to change behavior. Think of kids. That's how you have to think of liberals. I don't like liberals at all, but I'm really not even trying to insult them here. I'm just trying to talk to you practically. There's actual science on this. Think of them like kids. They're people with very little impulse control, just like kids. They're people who tend to lash out emotionally, just like kids. They haven't learned to garner control over their emotions yet and corral them. When you think of liberals like children, They say things like children do. You don't pay our fair share. You know, Biden's family doesn't pay taxes, right? Doesn't matter, bro. Like, that's something a kid would say. Like, I know you are, but what am I? That's a liberal. That's a liberal. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago. Hey, we've got some really good schools in Chicago with selective admission. Let's dump those. That actually happened. Let's get rid of those schools. They should all suck like public schools. That's how a kid would think. So when you think of liberals like young, naive, immature children, you learn how to handle them. How do you fix a kid's behavior? Well, the science told people for years you would use things like timeout. What is timeout? Timeout is a way to create some aversive stimuli so they don't do the thing again. Kid punches his sister in the face. Tommy, why did you do that? You hurt your sister. Now, in the past, there's other ways to do it. The past, a lot of parents would just get out the belt and the switch or whatever it was, and they would corporal punishment. They'd smack the kid. You can corral behavior that way, but a lot of the evidence is that that's kind of temporary. May work. I mean, I don't. Science is science. Whatever, changes all the time. So you can do that, and that'll work. It might work in different ways, slower or inefficiently, but it'll work. But that's presenting what they call a aversive stimuli, but it's a positive presentation. You're giving something. You're giving a smack, but you're delivering something, and it's something aversive. That's a way to stop behavior. Now, the science, I'm not telling you the science. Social science is mostly all crap, so I'm just telling you, like, I've had to read all this crap throughout 6 years. They moved to timeout later, which is another way to stop bad behaviors. And when you think of a liberal like a kid, Tommy punches his sister in the face, you don't smack the kid, say you put him in timeout. You take away something positive. It's the removal of what they call an appetitive stimuli. Kids want to go play video games, you take that appetitive stimuli away, and you make them sit there quietly, which kids hate. So it's what we would call negative punishment. You take something away. You take away an appetitive stimuli. Positive punishments, you deliver a smack. Both of these things can corral behavior. Yet, did you notice the Republican Party does none of this when dealing with the left? They refuse to take away their goodies in a timeout. They still spend money like liberals. They still expand government like liberals. They still, even in Texas, Jim, in your great state of Texas, there are still Republicans who are not backing school choice in Texas. They're still giving the liberals all their goodies. Jim, you know the situation as good as any. There are Republicans in Texas doing this, in Pennsylvania too. We don't do timeout, and we don't deliver positive punishment either. We deliver something aversive. I'm not suggesting violence or smacks, obviously. That's for the liberals and Antifa. But there is a way to deliver something aversive to them too that doesn't involve any obvious violence. If they want to deliver an aversive stimuli to us, we're going to pull your candidate off the ballot. Well, we can do the same thing. But they don't want to do either. They don't want negative punishment by taking something away. They just give them the goodies. And they don't want positive punishment because they're afraid to do anything. Folks, by the way, this wasn't even graduate school psychology. This is like 101 stuff. Just look up Pavlovian versus operant conditioning. Pavlovian conditioning is when you bring in the dog bowl and you ring a bell and the dog salivates. Eventually you ring the bell and the dog salivates without the food. They've associated that bell, that stimuli, with food. Operant conditioning is different. It's you do something and there's a reinforcement afterwards or a lack thereof. We have not figured out even the basics of this in the Republican Party. What they do is they punt on everything. Oh, the courts will help us. Oh, Chevron deference. The regulators will help us. Oh, the voters, we'll get them next time. The next time we'll get them. The Democrats don't operate like this, and this is why they win. The Democrats, whether they know it or not, practice very advanced psychology, delivering aversive stimuli, removing appetitive stimuli, delivering positive punishment, delivering negative punishment by taking away goodies from Republicans. They do this all the time. But Republicans who could crack a Psychology 101 textbook and try to figure this out themselves, the mechanics of human behavior, just refuse. They just punt to other people. Oh, they'll save us. They'll save us. Folks, the world doesn't work that way. You want to study group behavior? Study a waste of time subject like sociology, which I'm sorry, is crap. It is. It's garbage. Most of it's just total junk. So bad that down in Florida, they're removing some of the requirements for sociology. Even a lot of sociology. The field once had merit. Back in the 70s and 80s, if you read some that stuff, the field had merit. Social modeling, Bandura and stuff. Now it's just all woke crap. I think even sociologists would acknowledge that. But I'm telling you, Republicans, you will never learn this way. You're going to keep getting your nuts kicked in. I'm sorry to tell you, with no cup on. Because the Democrats understand psychology. And they're rewarded by their people for it. You guys do nothing. And the problem, folks, is the Republic is dying. Here's what I want to go into in the next portion of the show, and it's important. If you were to look at a tyranny, an actual tyranny, an on-the-ground tyranny happening right now, what would it look like to you? And I'm not talking about metaphysical stuff, and I mean, what would it actually look like? Well, elections would be rigged. That's pretty tyrannical, right? Political enemies would be targeted. Pretty tyrannical there. Property and money would be confiscated with no due process. There'd be bureaucratic tyranny. Thought crimes would be prosecuted. What if I told you I've got the receipts for every single one of those things happening right now? Right now. We'll bring those receipts coming up next. We'll be right back.
Bongino. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-276-2140 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-276-2140. That's 800-276-2140. What do you have to lose? Call 800-276-2140. Again, 800-276-2140.
Dan Bongino.
The latest news.
When you saw Speaker Mike Johnson come into the speakership, he made it very clear. We have to secure America's border first.
This isn't about politics. This is about national security, and a secure border is national security.
The news you need to know.
I'm also here today to correct how the MAGA right has portrayed me for their political purposes.
And the place to talk about it.
Worried we're going to be stuck with Biden.
101.9 and 94.1.
Right here.
News Talk STL.
We all know the healthcare system's broken. It's not about you. It's about the code, the bill, the 7-minute appointment. Hi, it's Dr. Randy Tobler, and I've developed a better way that restores old-fashioned values with a holistic approach to your healthcare. That means affordable, available, no copay or deductible primary care. And with my 30-plus years as an OBGYN, there's added value for women and couples. Whether it's a new or nagging problem, you need a second look at a troubling diagnosis, or simply want a trusting, relationship-based healthcare experience, give us a look at Body of Health Direct Primary Care. Our mission is to provide exceptional, accessible, and truly affordable care where the focus is on you, not insurance denial and cookbook medicine experts. And with your membership, there's a number of perks, including hundreds of free meds, in-office ultrasound, common diagnostic tests, and more. Interested in seeing me or learning more about healthcare the way it ought to be? Schedule an appointment or a discovery call at bodyofhealth.com. That's bodyofhealth.com.
Is your family prepared for the financial burden of losing a loved one?
Are you aware of the cost of a funeral?
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for lifetime permanent final expense insurance coverage with no medical exam required.
Just answer a few health questions, and once accepted, your rates never increase.
Do you have diabetes? High blood pressure?
Have you had a heart attack, a stroke,
no problem.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial can help protect your legacy.
Call or text 314-866-8886. That's 314-866-8886.
To learn more about permanent lifetime final expense insurance coverage.
Benjamin Schaefer with Senior Memorial could help you qualify for immediate coverage by answering just a few health questions.
Call or text 314-866-8886 or learn more at memorialplans.com. That's memorialplans.com.
Policies underwritten by Senior Life Insurance Company, not available in all states.
It's a pretty simple concept.
It is clear to me.
Let me make this clear.
Big events.
Your news and your opinions.
We're going to get out there and be heard.
St. Louis's place to talk.
Our voices are never heard in the media. We, the people, will always find a way.
And it's about time that we start putting up or shutting up.
Yeah, and you should come. You should listen to many voices.
101.9 and 94.1.
Their phone lines have surely been burning up.
News Talk STL. News, analysis, opinion. News Talk STL.
Wishing you the happiest of holiday seasons. Merry Christmas from the Dan Bongino Show.
Merry Christmas is right. And it is the end of the year. And I just want to assure you before I go into this next segment that, folks, a lot of what I'm talking about is absolutely fixable. I'm long in the United States. Sometimes the audience doesn't like that. Sometimes I get emails, you're crazy, long in the United States, over. It's not over. It's never over. Don't tell me it's over. We've been through a civil war, Vietnam, 2 world wars, Revolution, the War of 1812, the Korean War. We started the hippies. We made it through all of this. We'll get through this. I mean, Joe Biden is a kid-sniffing loser. He's been the most destructive force in the presidency in modern times. But we're not helpless. We're not without agency here. We're not a bunch of helpless puppy dogs. We're entrepreneurial, fighting young men and women with who are U.S. citizens. And I'm proud to say that. It's our country. You're going to just let it go? We're just going to forfeit? We fixed worse problems than this. But we got to recognize the problem first. It's the only way to fix it. Folks, for 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, standing behind their service and their values as a company. They're an example of putting the cause ahead of profits, and that's why I'm proud to partner with them. Starting today, Patriot Mobile is having an Every Friday Matters promotion. They'll give you a brand new smartphone when you make the switch today. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you access to all 3 major networks, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding the left. Mobile, you're supporting a company that believes in free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and more. They're 100% U.S.-based customer service team. They make switching easy. Keep your number, and for a limited time, get a free smartphone. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bongino or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Friday76. Again, that's a free smartphone. Offer is eligible only with the Every Friday Matters promo code, Friday76. It's a limited time offer, so join me and make the switch today. PatriotMobile.com/Bongino. That's PatriotMobile.com/Bongino or call 972-PATRIOT.
Dan Bongino.
So what would a tyranny look like? Well, we know because, unfortunately, there are numerous examples throughout human history of what actual tyrannies did and even do now. There's still tyrannies out there right now. This isn't something that we've wiped the stain of it free from our history in the present. Elections are rigged, enemies are targeted, political enemies, properties confiscated, due process is thrown out. Bureaucratic tyranny, thought crimes. Folks, the headlines just reek of this stuff. All you got to do is look at it. Again, if you're a liberal listening to the show, you're free to send me all the nasty nonsense you want. I mean, I read it. I get it. But all I ask is when I back stuff up with headlines, facts, and what we call receipts on the show, all I ask is that you don't deny the obvious. What I'm telling you is true. You can disagree with the outcome. But that this stuff happened is not up for debate. Elections being rigged You're suggesting to me this, Guardian headline about what happened in Colorado Supreme Court disqualifies Trump. You're suggesting to me that that's not an effort to rig an election? You can euphemistically change the word rig to anything you want. Slant, tilt, alter, fix, whatever you'd like. I'm telling you that this is an effort to rig an election. There's no other sane, reasonable person without a partisan bias who would come to a conclusion any other way. We could disagree on the reason. You may say, well, Trump's such a threat to democracy, we should rig it. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But please don't suggest to me you're not trying to rig the election. You're just embarrassing yourself. More on this.
Hi, I'm Chris Hansen, here to tell you how you can get the lowest price in history on the real Viagra formula made by Pfizer. Right now, Score Blue is offering generic Viagra for only $5 a pill. That's just $5 a pill for the exact same formula that has sold billions of pills worldwide. But don't confuse these pills, which are made by Pfizer, with the cheap and often fake imitation pills sold online. Those pills never work. So go to Score Blue right now and take advantage of this unheard of low price on real Viagra made by Pfizer at the lowest price in history. Score Blue was just named the #1 rated service in America, and this unheard of price of only $5 is to celebrate that honor. Visit Score Blue today and get ready to score.
Visit scoreblue.com today. That's scoreblue.com. Scoreblue.com is the #1 online ED service in the world. Scoreblue.com.
Not available in all states. Prescription required. Visit scoreblue.com for terms and restrictions.
Dan Bongino.
Are you over 50? With SRN News, I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Reaction continues to pour into this week's decision by the Colorado State Supreme Court to ban former President Trump from the primary and general election ballot in that state. Colorado Republican Party Chairman Dave Williams is among those who say it's a bad decision based entirely on politics. The court based its ruling on the former president's alleged role in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol in an effort to delay certification of the 2020 election amid concerns about a number of voting irregularities. The number of Americans who applied for unemployment benefits rose slightly last week. The Labor Department reports jobless claims were up by 2,000 to 205,000, for the week that ended on December 16th. And on Wall Street, the Dow and the other major indexes doing well. Right now, it's Dow up 138 points. This is SRN News.
Donald Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, an evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, because physical precious metals are one of the few ways you can maintain control over your own savings. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and you'll see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached. Text the word FAITH to 989898 and you're going to be blessed by taking action.
This is what's happening.
Our economy is in a free fall.
The president can go on TV and say he's asked a serious question with serious allegations to back it up. He can scream, "Get off my lawn" all day long.
101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
As winter approaches and we keep our energy-efficient homes closed, we are exposed to many different chemicals, molds, dust, virus, and bacteria floating throughout the air. Hi, I'm Everett Jones, owner of Jones Air and Water. Since 1995, Jones Air and Water has helped many breathe better and reduce allergens in their home and business. Call Jones Air and Water at 636-899-1040 or visit joneswater.com for more info. You can be a filter or buy a filter. Jones Air and Water on the web at joneswater.com.
Getting a new floor for your home can be intimidating and a little scary, but that's not the case when you go to Michael's Flooring Outlet. Katie here, and my mom and dad used Michael's, and they had a great experience. They've been a locally owned and operated family business for more than 30 years. You want variety? Michael's has carpet, hardwood, laminate, ceramic tile, luxury vinyl, natural stone, and many other options. Shop in-store at one of their 3 locations in Creve Coeur, Dardine Prairie, or St. Peters. Check out everything that Michael's has to offer at IGotFloored.com.
I'm Dr. TJ, owner of the Institute of Natural Health, co-owner of Optimal Nutraceuticals, and the host of Wellness 101. Wellness 101 is designed to cut through the nonsense and provide you common sense, science-based information regarding health and wellness. On the show, we discuss topics like thyroid health, gut health, hormone optimization, and many others. Our show airs Saturdays at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. right here on NewstalkSTL. For more information, visit us at INHSTL.com. That's INHSTL.com.
Columbo and Katie.
Thursday, Tony is back with me, and we're going to talk about Trump's lawyers urging the Supreme Court not to rush the presidential immunity challenge. We'll also catch up with Justin Sparks and Dr. Tobler.
Weekdays at 2 on Newstalk STL. This hour of the Dan Bongino Show brought to you by STL FenceWorks, celebrating 50 years of industry-leading service for fence, deck, and leisure space solutions. Visit STLFenceWorks.com.
Be heard. Call 844-4-THE-USA now to let Dan know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
So what would a tyranny look like, right, if we were dealing with one? Well, we are, because it would look like what's going on right now. I just went over a few components of it. I just read some headlines. And even if you're a liberal, again, you can disagree with a lot. You should. I mean, you're a liberal. You're probably not that bright. So you're obligated to say stupid things. But you can't disagree that this stuff actually happened. In tyrannies, they rig elections, target political enemies, confiscate property, prosecute thought crimes, bureaucratic tyranny, due process violations. So Trump got kicked off the ballot. That's just one of many examples of them trying to rig elections. What about political enemies being targeted? I mean, just read the headlines, folks. SEC press release. Elon Musk charged with securities fraud for misleading tweets. Fortune magazine. Elon Musk Tesla is getting subpoenaed from the Justice Department, says. New York Post. GOP critics decry regulatory harassment as the FCC denies Elon Musk Starlink $900 million in subsidies. Well, why do you think Elon Musk is drawn the vitriol of the United States government seemingly out of nowhere? Why is that? Jim's raising his hand. He's like, I've got an answer. Because he bought Twitter and he refuses to censor what the Democrat Party tells him to censor. Yes, Jim, you are correct. Very good before the holidays. By the way, Jim will be hosting tomorrow, which is going to be awesome. I'm actually going to listen to that. Actually, no, because I won't be here. But I will listen to the replay. There's a replay? No, it's not that. But I'll try. Jim will send me an MP3 and I'll tell him I'll listen. And I probably won't. But I will try. That I can promise. I'll be taking a little break. Needed that at the end of the year. I burn a lot of energy on this show. If you watch the podcast through this, I probably burn about 7,000 to 8,000 calories going through this. So there you go. Political enemies targeted. So elections rigged, check. Political enemies targeted, check too. What about confiscating property and wealth? That's not happening right now. Oh, look, it is. New York Times. Want to tax the rich for real? Pay attention to this Supreme Court case. You know, there's a case going on in the Supreme Court right now, the Moore case, M-O-O-R-E. The United States government is currently arguing that they should be able to tax your wealth. Don't they already do that, Dan? No. Yes, they do. No, they don't. They tax your income. They tax your capital gains. They may tax your corporation. You may get property taxes on the value of your home. They do not, in fact, the federal government tax your wealth. Those taxes would have to be apportioned unless they are taxed by income because there was an amendment process for that. You know, it's amazing how, I'm not talking to you. You all listening to the show, you're obviously interested in politics and know more than most. But talk to your friends who are totally uninterested. They have no idea that it is unconstitutional for the government to tax wealth. They really don't. I'm telling you, they have no idea. No, they can tax your income. That's a portion of your wealth. That's not your wealth. And there was an amendment process to do that. That's not even in the Constitution. They had to amend it to tax your income. They're like, really? Yeah, really. Like, did you take a basic history course? The government's trying to tax your wealth right now. How does that make you feel? What does that mean for me? That sounds kind of tyrannical, like what tyrants would do. Yeah, it is, because that's exactly what they are. A tax on your wealth. How would you feel about getting a tax bill for your home every single year? I'm not talking about your property tax bill locally. I'm talking about a federal tax bill on the equity you've built in your home. Wait. You mean after I sell it? No, I mean right now. So Jim bought a house for $200,000. It's worth $250,000. Jim gets a, say, 10% tax on the $50,000 in equity he built. Got to pay $5,000. Or in Marigay math, $5 trillion. We'll get to that later. Jim gets a $5,000 tax bill. He's like, what the hell is this? No, it's a tax on your wealth. What wealth? The equity in your house. What are you talking about? I haven't sold it. Doesn't matter. Folks, that's in court right now. In case you're living in some fantasy land where liberals won't do what you think they won't do when they're actually doing it. They won't kick someone off a ballot or raid their house in Mar-a-Lago. That's already done, too. They're trying to tax your wealth right now. How would you feel about your stock portfolio being taxed, whether you sell it or not? That's what they're pushing for right now. I am begging you to please look this up. Take my word for nothing. It only builds my credibility when you do your own homework. Just look at the Moore case and what the government is arguing. You invested $1,000 in XYZ company 10 years ago. It's worth $5,000 now. How would you feel getting a tax bill on that $5,000 stock portfolio and the $4,000 in equity you built, even though you haven't sold the stock? That sounds crazy. What happens if I pay the tax on the stock and then next year the company has some catastrophic thing and goes out of business and the stock is worth nothing? Do I get a refund? Nope. This is being argued right now. Notice I said confiscating money and property. They're not confiscating people's money. Washington Post, testimony ends in $250 million fraud lawsuit against Trump in New York. They want to steal in New York $250 million from Donald Trump for a fraud case with no victims. No victims. They just made it up. That sounds like the kind of stuff that happens in third world tyrannies. That's happening here, Daddy-O, right now. What about bureaucratic tyranny? Is that happening right now? Here, listen to this. Washington Times, Bill Gertz headline. Network of current and former intelligence officials boost leftist agendas, says ex-CIA agent. Author says ideological biases will have lasting negative consequences. There you go. Government bureaucrats right now who have ideological biases, who are, quote, boosting leftist agendas with your tax dollars to do it. Sounds kind of like a tyranny to me. What about thought crimes? Look at this. Post-millennial, Libby Evans. FBI forces all employees to use LGBTQIA+ after a directive from, get a load of this, the Bureau of Equality Diversity Advisory Committee, says a new report. Apparently, I didn't even know this, folks. In the FBI, if you were using LGBTQ+, you better not use it anymore. You better use LGBTQIA+. You're going to find yourself in big trouble with the big SADs. Right? I thought that too. Jim and I know that that's not even the right one. Jim, do you know the right one? I know it. It's LGBTQIABIOPC2+ spirit. That you'd have missed the spirit people. I mean, come on, FBI, get with the program. Folks, it sounds like we're living in a tyranny right now. And it's being enforced by people who, I kid you not, are some of the dumbest people on planet Earth. They are so unbelievably stupid. It's one thing. Can I give a sports analogy? I ask like there's going to be an answer, but like I went to the Iron Bowl this year and I loved it. And Auburn, they played their hearts out this year. They almost beat Georgia, almost beat Alabama. But listen, horseshoes and hand grenades almost don't count. They had a good signing season yesterday. Team should be better going forward. But the Iron Bowl is like the Super Bowl in Alabama. And we almost pulled an upset of Alabama that could potentially be the national champion this year. They're an amazing team. I mean, it took a 4th and 31 to win. But even walking out of the stadium disappointed, and listen, I love everyone in Alabama. You Roll Tiders. We love you too, obviously. But, you know, I got some allegiance there, and I hope you respect that. I walked out of the stadium. I wasn't mad. I mean, I was disappointed, but Alabama's an amazing team. Right? I mean, we lost. I said to the security guy who was with us, I said, Gav, they're just a better team. We almost pulled off an upset. Didn't happen. I didn't go home like suicidal. The problem I have with our government now and media people is they do all this stuff they do, and they call us the hayseeds and the rednecks and the deplorables and the smelly Walmart people. And yet, I say with absolute candor, these people are freaking idiots. Joe Biden can't even walk off a stage. Watch my podcast today if you think I'm kidding. Joe Biden can't even finish a sentence. He lies about everything. He sniffs kids. Kamala Harris speaks in these neologisms and word salads. I really think she's got some psychological disorder. She just randomly connects words. You've got people like the lieutenant governor of California who sends a letter out trying to disqualify Trump from the California ballot, who doesn't even know that the Constitution doesn't say you have to be 40. It says you have to be 35. All they had to do was look it up. What bothers me is not that we're losing the political Iron Bowl. It's that we're losing to idiots. It's like when I went to Parents' Day at Auburn and we beat, was it Stanford? Not Stanford, Stanford. It was like, we should have won that game. No one walked out of there like, man, it was a great game, but you're supposed to take care of your kids, just like Chris Rock says in that thing. I take care of my kids. You're supposed to take care of your kids. It's that we're being subjugated by morons. Here's what I mean. Jim, if you would, cut 3. Here is this woman, Mara Gay, who has got to be one of the dumbest people anywhere in the journalism ecosystem. I'll show you why in a second, but this should be made. You shouldn't even have to see the follow-up, or listen, I should say. Here's Mara Gay on MSNBC with a couple more morons on a show, suggesting that if you object to Donald Trump being pulled off the ballot in Colorado in an obvious tyrannical move, obvious, that you're somehow a supporter of the Confederacy and the Civil War and slavery or something. You're like, if you were to say this on my show as a Republican, I got to tell you, I'd be like, are you clinically stupid? You need fish oil? Do you need cognitive enhancers? This passes on leftist channels as common sense. These are how dumb these people are. Listen to this.
To the Republican candidate's argument that this should be, the voters should have the say and not the courts.
Why are you standing with Confederates who betrayed this country? And this is what they're standing with, is the spirit of those Confederates rather than the Americans who came together after a long and brutal civil war that was fought to keep the Union together, and clearly saw a threat in ex-Confederates running for office, so much so that they amended the Constitution to prevent those traitors from running for office. That should send a message that our election system, our electoral system, can be used for nefarious purposes against the democracy itself. It's clear. It's clear as day.
It's clear as day, folks. What's clear as day is this woman is a certifiable moron. Let's just break this down. Number one, she doesn't even know history. Forget the Civil War for a second. Confederates did serve, not just one either. Whether you agree with it or not, that's just history. History doesn't require you to agree with it because it's in the past. It already happened. She doesn't even know that. And second, she has the balls, the moose nuts, to suggest that if you kick someone off a ballot and you disagree with it, You're a supporter of the abomination of slavery in the Confederacy? This is how stupid. Again, it's not that we lose to these people. It's that we lose to these people, these idiots. Here's Mara Gay in a real clip who cannot figure out basic math about Michael Bloomberg and what he spent on a presidential campaign. This is the same woman who's lecturing you about the Confederacy. Listen to this if you want a good laugh. Check this out.
You see it as a possibility if he wants to spend $1 billion beating this guy, he could do it.
Absolutely. Somebody tweeted recently that actually with the money he spent, he could have given every American $1 million.
I've got it. Let's put it up on the screen. When I read it tonight on social media, it kind of all became clear. Bloomberg spent $500 million on ads. U.S. population 327 million. Don't tell us if you're ahead of us on the math. He could have given each American $1 million and have had lunch money left over. It's an incredible way of putting it.
It's an incredible way of putting it. It's true. It's disturbing.
I can't, folks. I can't. Again, it's not that we lose to these people. It's that we lose to these people. The idiot class. Joe Biden, the lieutenant governor of California who can't read the Constitution, the media morons. He spent $500 million. He could give everyone in the United States $7 quadrillion. Dude, it's not even hard math. There's 330 million people. Just quick off the top of your head. What is it, like $1.40, $1.50? I'm not even putting it in a calculator. What are you, stupid? The answer is yes. And I love Brian Williams. Please don't get ahead of us on the math. Yes, please don't. Please don't. Brian Williams, I have to tell you another story about him and Colonel Troutman fought a war in Vietnam or something like that. Holy Moses. Again, it's not that we lose. It's that we lose to these idiots. I got more on this. I'm not done yet. These people are evil, I'm telling you. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
Bongino.
If you're a timeshare owner, you're probably upset that your yearly dues continue to increase. With an A-plus rating at the BBB and over 900 five-star testimonials, Lone Star Transfer guarantees the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. They're the only company you can trust, having helped over 18,000 owners legally and permanently get out. Call my friends today for a free, no-obligation consultation at 844-284-4864 or LoneStarTransfer.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Dan Bongino.
The news and talk that affects St. Louis.
Do they make a routine practice of allowing partisan political optics to prevent investigating serious evidence of corruption?
This is 101.9 and 94.1.
We are to follow the facts wherever they lead.
News Talk STL.
The Republican Party, City of St. Louis, extends its deepest thanks to Attorney General Andrew Bailey for the awaited report on Kim Gardner. Attorney General Bailey, in a city where every heartbeat matters, you've been the steady hand guiding us back to safety. Your persistent hard work and dogged pursuit of justice have begun to paint a new picture of hope and security in the city of St. Louis. To read the news article, full report, and executive summary, go to stlouisrepublicans.com.
Paid for by St. Louis City Republican PAC, Curtis Farber, Treasurer.
The Freedom Principle and News Talk STL invite you to a special St. Louis City Town Hall on Friday, January 12th at the Immaculate Heart of Mary Church. Join moderator Tim Jones and expert panelists for a crucial discussion, Building a Better, Safer St. Louis City. Learn what legislators are doing in Jefferson City to protect and build a safer community for all citizens. The St. Louis City Town Hall is free and open to the public. Visit freedomprinciplemo.org for more information.
Dealing with storm damage? Don't panic. Eureka Contracting and Roofing is here to help. With the recent storms, they understand it can be overwhelming. Remember, you don't have to rush into signing with the first door-to-door salesman. Don't let pushy sales tactics force you into a contract you're not comfortable with. Before making decisions, take a moment. Give the folks at Eureka Contracting and Roofing a call like I did for a no-pressure inspection. They'll assess the damage, determine if it's insurable. If it is, they'll guide you through the insurance process, and your only out-of-pocket expense will be your deductible. Eureka Contracting and Roofing, 636-938-ROOF. EurekaContracting.com.
Hey, Tony Colombo here for Gutter Pros. When Christine and I bought our new house, we knew the gutters were an issue, and after meeting the Gutter Pros team, we knew that they were right for us. Gutter Pros is your all-in-one gutter service team that offers a variety of affordable solutions, and they even offer free estimates, so there's no cost to you to find out if they are right for your home, just like they were for ours. If you're having a problem with your gutters, contact the Gutter Pros now, because with Gutter Pros, water goes where they tell it to. Call them at 314-656-7195 or visit gutterpros.com.
Get charged up on the truth. Power Punch with Larry Behrens.
Everyone's talking about the $6 billion Joe Biden sent to Iran just about a month ago. As well they should be. But did you know he has opened up the money flow to Tehran for well over a year? He doesn't want to talk about it, but we will.
Power Punch with Larry Behrens. Saturday afternoons at 4 on News Talk STL.
Get more Power Punch at powertofuture.com.
Free speech is alive and well in America.
Thanks for taking my call.
Right here.
You know what's going on?
Have a great awakening.
You see through the smoke screen.
It's cool to be woke.
News Talk STL.
Until it's not.
News, analysis, opinion. This hour of the Dan Bongino Show brought to you by STL Fenceworks, celebrating 50 years of industry-leading service for fence, deck, and leisure space solutions. Visit STLFenceworks.com.
Wishing you a blessed and wonderful holiday season with your family. The Dan Bongino Show.
You know, I forgot to tell you, we've got a really special segment coming up next, and it's your segment. Yours. We have a guest, but it's your segment. It'll make sense, but you're going to have to stay tuned why it's your segment. Because I didn't do it. You did. Huh? What? I promise. You guys and ladies out there did something really special. I may have just been a repository for it to pass it on to someone else, but you did it. It'll all make sense. Just stay tuned for the next segment. I promise you. You'll see it'll make perfect sense. Hey, diversify your savings with physical precious metals while stockpiling silver in your home safe. It's Birch Gold Group's most popular special of the year, now through December 22nd. For every $5,000 you spend with Birch Gold, they'll send you a 1-ounce Silver Eagle coin for free. Text Bongino to 989898 and claim your eligibility now. You can purchase gold and silver and have it shipped directly to your home, or have Birch Gold's precious metals specialists help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold for no money out of pocket. And they'll send you free silver for every $5,000 you purchase. Keep it for yourself or give something with real value as a stocking stuffer this year. Just text the keyword Bongino to 989898 to claim your eligibility. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers, me included many times, now's the best time to buy gold from Birch Gold, BIRCH. Text Bongino to 989898 and claim your eligibility for free silver on qualifying purchases before December 22nd. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Message and data rates apply.
Dan Bongino.
So one of the craziest cuts I saw yesterday was from a guy. He was a former member of Greenpeace. He was actually one of the co-founders. You know, that's the left-wing environmental movement, Greenpeace. The guy's name is Dr. Patrick Moore. In the next hour, I'm going to get into this because it is one of the most telling segments I'm going to do. And it's all about just listening to what the left says. One of the things that bothers me the most when I became a radio podcast guy, and you get a lot of feedback from people, is people reach out and they would say, and I'm talking about people on our side, I'm talking about the lefties who are like, that's a conspiracy. They say that all the time. But there are people on our side, and they'll be like, Dan, I think you're being hyperbolic and exaggerating the problem. And I'll say to them, well, why? I played their own words. It's not me paraphrasing it. It's them saying it. Folks, we're clearly moving towards a future where these radical leftists see you as just being a useless tool and AI being the means to a more prosperous future. You're going to be a useless appendage. How do I know that? They actually use that language.
School choice is an idea whose time has come. It's flourishing in many states, just not in Missouri. Take charter schools, a great alternative for parents whose kids may be trapped in a failing school district. But charter schools are currently only available to families in just 3 of 520 school districts: Kansas City, the city of St. Louis, and Normandy. Open enrollment allows students to enroll in a district other than the one in which they live. It's important because rural schools may not offer all the advanced classes larger districts do. Open enrollment does exist in Missouri, but participation is highly restricted. And the Empowerment Scholarship Account, or ESA program, needs to be expanded so many more parents of students with disabilities and low-income students can access it. Charter schools, open enrollment, ESAs. If they're good for some children, they should be good for all children. Check out our 2023 blueprint, Moving Missouri Forward, at showmeinstitute.org. The Show Me Minute has been brought to you by Show Me Institute and Show Me Opportunity.
Tim Jones here to tell you it's officially landscape lighting season at Pro Outdoor. To see some of their incredible lighting work, visit their website, prooutdoor.com. They offer low-voltage landscape lighting that really makes your home stand out from your neighbors. If you're looking for accent lighting, path lighting, or wanting to expand your outdoor living space, or just looking for a little more security around your home, the team at Pro Outdoor are the ones to call. Pro Outdoor can take care of all your outdoor needs, including lawn fertilization, irrigation installation and service, as well as landscape lighting. They're offering some great end-of-year specials. Be sure to call them today. Schedule a consultation. That's prooutdoor.com.
This Saturday night at 10 on Stories of New Americans.
I'm joined by Mladen Radoyev from Bulgaria.
My parents, they've been twice in Russia. And interestingly, the second time that they went there was during Chernobyl. They did not have any information what is going on. So they have been in hotels, they've been opening windows, and the radiation was there.
Stories of New Americans, Saturday nights at 10 on NewstalkSTL.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is NewstalkSTL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at NewstalkSTL.com.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. President Biden says former President Trump is an insurrectionist. Meanwhile, in Colorado,
it's a travesty. It's absurd, and it's a miscarriage of justice.
Colorado Republican Party Chairman Dave Williams among those reacting to this week's decision by the Colorado State Supreme Court to ban former President Trump from the state's primary and general election ballots.
The radicals in Colorado who control every level of state government, to include the court system, have created a constitutional crisis, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Civil War.
Williams' comments airing on KMGH Denver 7. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits rose slightly last week.
The Labor Department reports jobless claims were up by 2,000 to 205,000 for the week that ended on December 16th. The 4-week average of claims fell by 1,500 to 212,000. While the number of claims increased last week, they still remained at historically low levels despite high interest rates.
That's correspondent Jeremy House reporting on Wall Street right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 156 points. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, that's a Republican from Ohio, has subpoenaed U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for certain documents.
According to the House panel, Chairman Jordan subpoenaed A.G. Garland over allegations that the Department of Justice, or DOJ, attempted to access personal information of some congressional aides. The controversy revolves around a DOJ probe in which Google was subpoenaed in 2017 to produce a Senate staffer's personal phone records and emails related to an investigation of the agency's handling of the Steele dossier, involving possible contact between the Russian government and Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. Edwin Mora, Washington.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Donald Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, an evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group, Because physical precious metals are one of the few ways you can maintain control over your own savings. To get a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word FAITH to 989898. Birch Gold Group is the only gold company I trust. Get their free info kit and you'll see why a gold IRA can help you. There are no strings attached. Text the word FAITH to 989898 and you're going to be blessed by taking action.
From the Michael's Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
Cloudy and mild today with a high of about 58 degrees. We are looking at a few sprinkles to the northwest of St. Louis this afternoon, but rain moves in overnight. And we should have a rain day tomorrow. Showers are likely, a high in the mid-50s. Looks like just a couple showers, about a 20% rain chance on Saturday, but rain a pretty good bet on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but high temperatures near 60 degrees. I'm KMOV First Alert meteorologist Kent Earhart.
This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Stifel, serving investors for over 130 years. Contact your Stifel financial advisor at stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Hey, Columbo here for Rockwood Charcoal. I love to grill and definitely prefer using charcoal over gas. And ever since I met Jonathan Heslop and he introduced me to his product, Rockwood Lump Charcoal, I can't use anything else. Rockwood is made from 100% pure Missouri oak and hickory and has been the nationally highest consumer-ranked charcoal for several years. So you're cooking with the best and supporting local industry and a local business all at once. Doesn't get any better than that. There's over 100 area Rockwood retailers. Find yours at rockwoodcharcoal.com.
Hi, it's Mark McCloskey from MyPillows. MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2024, making them the perfect gift for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code ONFIRE or call 800-645-1392, and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98, and get all your shopping done now while the quantities last.
This is Diana with Newstalk's Fine Jewelry. This year we're celebrating 50 years in business. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of your lives for over half a century. It's because of you that our small family business thrives in St. Louis. From our family to yours, thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newstalk's Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newstalk's, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or at WowDiamonds.com.
St. Louis's new choice for conservative talk.
It's time that everybody wake up and pay attention.
Live and local.
Recent criminal indictment of Donald Trump. About the fourth one. The fourth one. The one he got the free gift with. Punch card. I think it's a tote bag.
This is News Talk STL.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
Folks, this segment is dedicated to you. I said before the break going into this that you made this segment possible. It's your segment. But isn't this the guest segment we do once in a while? It is. So I want to welcome in the guest, and maybe it'll make more sense as this goes on here. I want to welcome a guy who runs an amazing charity. The charity you've heard me talk about many times is called Folds of Honor. The website is foldsofhonor.org. It's my personal favorite charity for a number of reasons. I want to welcome in the guy who started it, Dan Rooney. Dan, thanks for joining the show. We appreciate it.
Dan, man, thanks for all your support. God bless. Merry Christmas. Fired up to be on with you.
Merry Christmas, brother. You run this organization, Folds of Honor. Now, we met a long time ago. The funny thing about me and Dan, folks, is we share a mutual friend, but we didn't know it. I went to, when I did my MBA at Penn State, you do it in this cohort, and we had this really smart guy, Ryan. He was like the president of our little group of 4 or 6 people. And one day he emails me. He's like, hey, I'm here with Dan Rooney. I'm like, Dan Rooney, Folds of Honor guy? So you attract really smart people, just not me, Dan. But how's the charity doing? How did it start? And what do you guys do specifically?
No, so I say, man, stories are what live in people's hearts and minds. And how this started is it's a total God thing. You know, I'm a 3-time F-16 combat veteran, still serving in the Air Force Reserves, and I'd just gotten back from my second tour of duty. It was actually on a commercial airliner, Dan, going from Chicago O'Hare to Grand Rapids, Michigan. One of those dark, delayed nights. Finally get on this flight, and I noticed a corporal in first class. Don't think much of it. We land in Grand Rapids about midnight, and the captain comes over the PA as we pull into the gate and announces that we're carrying the remains of Corporal Brock Buckland, who'd been killed in Iraq. And his identical twin brother, Corporal Brad Buckland, was in first class and had brought him the 7,000 miles home. And you know, I speak for all the veterans tuned in. I know you got a great following, that we understand in combat sacrifice, but I'd never seen the other side of war. I watched that family on the darkest night of their lives, his brothers, his parents, his wife, and his 4-year-old son, as Brock's American flag draped coffin inched down from the cargo ramp. The ceremony finishes up, and I grab my backpack and stand up, and despite the captain's request, about half the people got up and left the airplane that night. And that's a moment I felt God's hand on my shoulder, not only to support his 4-year-old son, but to reach out to people to be like, man, freedom is not free. And that is how Fold started. And, you know, we've witnessed God's hand ever since. We've pumped out now about 55,000 scholarships. We're at $250 million. And we started above our garage with nothing, just a passion to honor the sacrifice and educate the legacy of our fallen and disabled military. And we added first responders this past year. And, man, it's just an awesome ministry. It's in a world that you got to pick red or blue. Folds of Honor is red, white, and blue.
Talking to Dan Rooney. He runs Folds of Honor. It's my favorite charity, foldsofhonor.org. I can't encourage you strongly enough to go and support this amazing cause. You know, Dan, one of the reasons your specific charity, scholarships, matters to me is, listen, there are a lot of great charities, and Dan's so humble. Like, he's never gonna, he's like, they're all great. He just never says a bad word about anyone. I know Dan personally. But a lot of them give things away, and there's nothing wrong with that. I get it. But to give away an education it's not a temporary value added thing. I mean, I can give you a car, but in 100,000 miles, you're going to need a new one. But Dan, if I give your kids, because you've given everything, you came home in a box for people like me. If I give your kids an education, their lives and their lives of their kids and grandkids, it's generational change. This is why education and these scholarships are so absolutely critical in what you do.
Yeah, it is. You know, our buddy Ryan Llewellyn, who you mentioned coming into the segment, he pointed out 87 times in the Bible. It's pretty simple. Take care of my widows and orphans. And that's what we do. And I'd go one step further. Like, education was at the manifestation of freedom. Because you look around the world, the people that try to hold back education are the people trying to hold people down. And when you teach someone how to fish, when you believe in somebody, in our core, that's what Folds of Honor, that's our business. We believe in you, then you believe in yourself, and then everything changes. And all of us tuned in today as we head into Christmas, you can go back and remember the people that believed in you and how empowering that is. And we've got, you know, we had sent almost 9,000 spouses and kids to school this year. So about $45 million out the door. And you talked about it, but 91 cents of every dollar we raise goes directly to scholarships. We're in the top 1% of nonprofits in this country. And while you wear our T-shirt, we don't pay you a dime to do that. You were flying that Folds flag. I'm so proud every time I tune in and watch that. But when people want to give a gift, the gift of an education to one of these families, we have about 3,000 qualified unfunded requests. So if you make a donation at foldsofhonor.org, we're going to flip that around, and we will be sending more spouses and kids to school that have fought so hard, given so much for our freedoms.
You know, Dan, this segment's not about me at all, but I grew up let's say poor, but lower middle class, above a bar. You know, my mom worked a checkout counter in a supermarket, and my way out was education. St. Pancras was a local Catholic school. Took us on as kind of a charity case. We paid tuition late most of the time. Sometimes we missed. And it's the only reason I'm here speaking in coherent sentences. And our family's life was changed when we lost my Uncle Greg in Vietnam. He was killed, shot in the back, saving his brothers. You can read the story. It's on the web. He's on that wall. I wish he weren't. But he got the Bronze Star with the V device for valor. And, you know, it just to be able, it would have been such a relief for my mom, who was working for, at the time, probably $2 an hour. It would have been such a relief to be able to help with those scholarships. So I've got a special surprise for you. Sorry, I don't like to talk about that. I get a little choked up. But my audience is amazing, Dan. They love you. They love Folds of Honor. Foldsofhonor.org, again, is the website. So we agreed, and we have for a couple of years now, to sell merch on our website. But I didn't want to do it to make money. I'm fine. God has blessed me. You all have blessed me. So the website is store.bongino.com, and you'll see we sell a bunch of stuff. And every year we dedicate a significant portion of the proceeds, and all of our proceeds go to charity. We give to others too. But this year, Dan, our listeners bought so many T-shirts that we are able to cut a check today. And this is them. So I want no thanks. And I mean, this is not me. This is their money. All I did was pass it off. I had nothing to do with this. This is them. We are going to be I think Paula already sent the wire. She's listening right now. We're going to be sending you $100,000 from my listeners today. So yeah, that's them. And I just want you to know, I appreciate that you can be grateful to them. I did nothing. All we did was put "Don't Get Dead" on a T-shirt, and a bunch of people loved it. So I hope that helps. How many people can you help with $100K?
Yes, that's 20 scholarships. You changed 20 lives that everybody out there listening, shopping at the Bongino store. Paula, your wife, is the unsung hero behind all of this.
She is. Absolutely.
To her.
She loves doing this for you. She loves it.
Oh, yeah, love her. And we all are blessed to have a great person behind the scenes. And there's nothing more heroic than a mom, than a spouse in this country. And but you wear our T-shirt, and obviously that people want to be like you, because you're the best of what this country represents, where you come from, what you stand for, and it's just a blessing as we head into the holiday season to call you a brother in Christ, a fellow American, and get to do God's work together.
Amen, brother. Folks, the charity is Folds of Honor. It is my favorite charity. There are a number of great causes out there. I absolutely understand that. I also understand inflation is tough. The economy's not great. I get that too. But it's like a good time to have a baby. There's never a good time. There's only a time, and it's something we should do. There's also sometimes never a good time, to give away money. Oh, I could be richer tomorrow. The time is now. We have to support others. I did nothing here. You all did this. If you still would like to give, it is an amazing charity. It is foldsofhonor.org. And again, that money, Dan, just let us know when you get it. Should be there today. It is $100,000. Folks, thanks to you. Thanks to you. It's not me. It's you. You bought those shirts, and you just changed 20 lives. 20 lives forever. Dan, thanks so much for joining us today. You're a good man. Any last thoughts for before the holidays and the new year?
Yeah, just a huge thank you and a salute to everybody that is supporting you. And I am honored to serve God. And I think we make the world a little too complex. Our bond, family, faith, freedom. And so glad our brother Ryan Llewellyn is in the fight. So a big shout out to him. But man, just God bless everybody. We live in the greatest country, because we got a great military and great first responders, and there is no better way to say thank you than to take care of one of their families with the gift of an education as we head into the holidays. So Godspeed, my brother, and praying for a great 2024. We'll keep up the fight together.
Amen, brother Dan. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Always. God bless.
You got it. Folks, that was Dan Rooney. Just an amazing, amazing guy. Fighter pilot, dedicated history of service to this country. He's never done serving. All his entire life is about giving money to people to get an education who've lost their parents as first responders, lost family members in the military. It is such a worthy cause, and I would not steer you wrong. I am very, very, very careful about who we give money to. Very careful. I got screwed over many times in the past. This guy is a good man, and the charity is well worth your time. And a really, really, again, I can't say it enough. Thank you so much. The store is still open. As I said, we don't take any profits from it. Our portion all goes out the door to charity, Folds of Honor and others. It's store.bongino.com. There's still some shirts available. We'll have more coming in the future, but you did a really good thing, folks. That was you, not me. Paula just collected the money and sent it out. So thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Bongino.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-276-2140 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-276-2140. That's 800-276-2140. What do you have to lose? Call 800-276-2140. Again, 800-276-2140.
Dan Bongino.
St. Louis's new choice for conservative talk.
They have not, even their own witnesses that they brought forward, been able to find a nexus between any of the allegations of Hunter Biden and the president.
News, analysis, opinion.
This has gone beyond from being an Israel-only issue to really a global issue.
101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
Israel expanding its assault on Gaza.
Many Palestinians say they're running out of places to go.
And NewstalkSTL.com.
When it comes to buying or selling a home, you've got to work with people that you trust. It's just crucial. Mike Ferguson here. And when my wife and I decided that we wanted to get a cabin or a weekend home or a vacation home, whatever it turns out to be, the first thing I did was call my friends Rodney and Jen Wallner at 314-810-SOLD. This is too big of an investment to leave to chance, and that's why I trust Rodney and Jen, and I think you should too. Vic Porcelli, I know you feel the same way, right?
Yeah, Mike, no doubt. Here's the thing. You've been in your house for 30 years. You say to your spouse, my goodness, we don't need all this room anymore. Let's call Rodney and Jen Wallner and get the heck out of here, okay? They have so many home buyers approved, ready to go, ready to pull the trigger. They might even sell your house before it hits the market. And an astounding fact that the Wallner team sells 15 times more homes per year than your typical realtor. Nobody else you should go to or call than Rodney and Jen Wallner, the Wallner home selling team at Berkshire Hathaway. 314-810-SOLD. That's 314-810-SOLD.
From home improvement to replacement, do-it-yourself electrical projects can be shocking. That's where Grasser Electric can help. They've been lighting up St. Louis for years. From ceiling fans and dimmer switches to repair or replacing your electric. No job is too big or too small for your home or business. Grasser Electric will even install emergency backup generators. So call Grasser Electric today before the sparks start to fly. 636-441-5200 or go to grasserelectric.com.
Hey, it's Vic Porcelli. We're here with Kathy and Rob Connor from Connor Roofing. Rob, people call you, you take care of them. What would you like to say to some of your customers?
Thank you, Vic. We just want to tell all of our customers we appreciate them putting their trust in us. We've had a really busy year, and we want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
So you know you can put your trust in the folks at Connor Roofing. We appreciate Rob and Kathy Connor for coming by. Go to ConnorRoofing.com. That's CONNER roofing.com.
Because truth matters.
Let's speak that truth.
Because understanding matters.
Let's break this down.
With all that's happening.
And it's happening a lot faster.
What matters most is...
the only question that matters here.
Are you informed?
Important issues that are facing this country.
Depend on us.
The latest events.
The information you need.
Here are the facts.
When you need it.
We always have great conversations.
You guys have a great radio station.
101.9 and 94.1. News Talk STL. News, analysis, opinion. News Talk STL.
Celebrating a season of giving and peace. Happy holidays from the Dan Bongino Show.
So cool, right? You guys all did. That was your segment there. I hope you enjoyed it. Folds of Honor, $100,000. That was you. And a special thank you to Paula, who she did put that together. There is a lot of sweat equity, we'll call it, if you want to use an NBA term, where I actually met that guy I was talking about. There's a lot of sweat equity that went into it. Paula had to, work with a couple companies and get this thing going. You want to make sure the product is there. They were on time. There's always one or two that get shipped out with the wrong size and stuff. So, it can be a bit of a headache, but it's worth it. Being able to change 20 lives and donate $100,000 is amazing. And that's you. That is not me. That's why I refuse to accept any thank yous or anything like Paula can, but I did nothing. All I did was mention it on the radio. And because we have the best, most loyal army of listeners, the Bongino army out there, and you guys are so amazing, I knew. You want to hear just an interesting little bit of inside baseball? The guy we work with, the vendor, works with a lot of big conservative personalities. I'm not going to tell you who because it doesn't matter. The day I announced the Don't Get Dead shirt at our store, he said he'd never seen anything like it. And he's worked with all the big ones. They sold out like that. We had to print a whole new order. That's how loyal you guys are. Folks, for 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, standing behind their service and their values as a company. They're an example of putting the cause ahead of profits. I'm proud to partner with them. People are flocking over to Patriot Mobile. Starting today, Patriot Mobile is having an Every Friday Matters promotion. They'll give you a brand new smartphone when you make the switch today. Patriot Mobile offers dependable nationwide coverage, giving you access to all three major networks, which means you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding the left. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting a company that believes in free speech, religious freedom, the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and more. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy. Keep your number and free smartphone. Go to patriotmobile.com/Bongino or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Friday76. Again, that's a free smartphone, offers eligible only with the Every Friday Matters promo code, which is Friday76. This is a limited time offer, so join me and make the switch today. PatriotMobile.com/Bongino. That's PatriotMobile.com/Bongino or call 972-PATRIOT.
Dan Bongino.
So sometimes I get an email from people, some even on the right. They're like, my gosh, where do you get all these crazy things from? All these ideas about what the left's up to and what is this, Dr. Evil? Yeah, well, $1 million. No, I just listened to them. And this one came up the other day. I was putting together the show. Jim, if you would, cue up for me cut 6. This is the former, one of the founders of Greenpeace. So this guy is like wired in with the radical left environmental movement. I want you to listen to this guy and what these lefty environmental nuts have in store for your future. Check this out.
And they're getting away with doing something now. They're going into agriculture and threatening to cut off the supply of food because food is causing global warming. And, oh, isn't that nice? Only the billionaires will be able to afford to buy food, and all the other people will die, and because there's not enough food. That's what we're heading for if we continue to listen to these people. And they are about to perpetrate one of the most evil acts in the history of human civilization, which is to cause poverty and starvation to hundreds of people if they go with this net zero. In order to get net zero, first off, we'd have to kill all the animals, including ourselves, because we are an emission of CO2. We are talking about the most important things for the survival of ourselves every day, food and energy. There are no two Nothing else is as important as those two things. Water, right, is part of food. They haven't decided to cut the water off just yet. But if they go ahead with what they are thinking and planning, they will cause a ruination the likes of which the earth has never seen.
I mean, you cut off the water, you cut off the food, you cut off the energy, the ability to travel. You're basically sentencing large portions of humanity to a death sentence. Folks, this isn't some like ham and egg or tomato can guy. This is a founder of Greenpeace who's basically warning you. So the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm, again, filtering through content for the show the other day. And I see this article in New York Post that when I first saw it, I thought to myself, this has got to be a joke. It's not. New study. Humans may be fueling global warming by breathing. You think that study's by accident? After the break, I'm going to play for you one of the most damning segments you are ever going to hear. It's by this guy the left absolutely adores. And it's going to prove what I'm telling you is correct. They look at you like some kind of virus that needs to be handled. They don't see you as a valuable human life touched by the hand of God. You're nothing more than a piece of meat in a factory for them. And if they can find a way to replace you, they will. Worrying about those upcoming credit card bills? Well, there's no better time than now to wipe out that debt and set yourself up for a strong 2024. Interest rates have fallen, and my friends at American Financing can help you access that equity in your home at a fixed interest rate of 5.99%. You heard that right, 5.99%. That's a much lower rate than the average 25% credit card rate. Think about how much you can save every month. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $700 a month. That's like an $8,000 raise to start the new year. They're closing in as fast as 10 days and even delaying 2 mortgage payments. Call today. Remember, with American Financing, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. 888-994-7660. The number is 888-994-7660. 888-994-7660.
NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR rates in the 5s start at 7.081%. Call 1-888-994-7660 for details about credit costs and terms.
Dan Bongino.
In today's trouble. With SRN News, I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Supreme Court is being thrust into the middle of 2 cases carrying big political and legal implications just weeks before the first votes in the Iowa caucuses. The outcomes could determine whether the 2024 Republican presidential primary frontrunner will stand trial over his efforts to question the 2020 election and whether he has a shot to return to the White House next November. Meanwhile, Republicans continue to say that the Colorado State Supreme Court decision to bar former President Trump from the ballot is nothing but politics. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits rose slightly last week. The Labor Department reports jobless claims were up by 2,000 to 205,000 for the week that ended on December 16. It's been a strong session so far on Wall Street. The Dow right now up by 168 points. The NASDAQ is up by 115. This is SRN News.
Trump's indictment proves that saving America is not going to be easy. There are entrenched powers that are fighting this with everything they've got. They want to keep control over the country, the narrative, and the nation's money supply. Hi, I'm Lance Wallnau. I'm a news analyst, a Christian author, an evangelical leader. I speak to millions of people every week, people just like you. You see, what the elites are doing is using inflation and government handouts and now central bank digital currencies to determine how they're going to control America. And that's why I recommend all Christians start